My class only today. That's all. Only first hour.
Okay. From tomorrow, next week.
Tomorrow I will be getting only today, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Today's class
Thank you
is
so much.
10 to 11. That's all. Okay.
Ma'am,
Thank
when
you.
will be the class
Okay.
uploaded on YouTube? When will be the class uploaded in YouTube?
Uh,
The live will be telecasted, I think so. Now, when we are attending the class itself, the live will be telecasted and it will be there forever.
okay.
Okay,
Yeah, but I
Thank
see
you.
some
thanks.
technical issues there. The live is not telecasted.
Will be uploaded?
Seriously, I'm not sure about it. I don't know. Like your friend, someone gave an answer, but I'm not aware about that also.
Okay, thanks, ma'am.
In the mail, they said that the live telecast will be running in YouTube for the persons who cannot join in the call. So the live will be there. If there is a technical issue, I think they will be sorted out.
Ma'am, can you share that book PDF?
Can you share that link?
The link is already in the chat, I think so.
Not available.
Please check your mail. No, the link is there in the mail where you got
Ma'am,
the
that's
link for this
It is
this
not in
book,
the
program.
mail.
book PDF.
Uh, Giridhar already shared before 30 minutes. The YouTube link is there.
Ma'am, can you
In
share
call
that
message.
book PDF?
I think there is not a book PDF there. I didn't get any link for book PDF. I got only the live link and class link.
Next class has started.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good
Good
morning, ma'am.
morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning, ma'am.
Yeah, very good
Good morning.
morning.
Good morning,
I
ma'am.
welcome you. I
Good
am Dr.
morning, ma'am.
Sri, faculty of DDE. My specialization is finance. I welcome you all to join our Pondicherry University distance education. I'm
Thank you,
going to
ma'am.
take yes, I'm going to take classes that is accounting for manager for you. Let us start with this subject. How many of you have already studied BCom or commerce background? If you have studied, you may know the basic concepts. What is journal? What is ledger? Like this. So those who don't have any background, accounting background, anyway, don't worry. I will start from the beginning stage. You have to practice. You have to learn more. Then only you can compete with others, right? Let us start. Can you see this PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
This paper is accounting for manager. What is accounting? Do you have any idea about it? What is accounting means what? As a layman, what is accounting?
Profit or loss?
Keeping details of the occurrences of things which are happening around.
Very good. So, what are the transactions which have been happened in your business? That are business activities you have to record in the books of accounts. What are the expenditures you have made? What are all the incomes you have? Please silent. Make it silent. Your voice. Just listen. When I ask, you answer. That is enough. Some child is crying. Please make it silent. Don't disturb others.
తిరిగితే నవ్వుతామైంది వద్దు క్లాస్ ఇచ్చింది
For this, please silent yourself.
Right. So as a layman, what is accounting? Accounting is what are the activities which are all happened in your business that is to be recorded in the books of accounts. That is, what are the expenditures you have made, what are all the incomes you have receiving, how much you have to pay, how much you have to collect. So these are the informations you are required. It is very essential even in a petty shop also, right? So the accounting, we can say first what are all the things happen, that is activities, that we can call it as transaction. So what are all the transactions which are happened in your business events that you have to record first. So what that recording term is called as bookkeeping. Recording the transactions in the book for primarily, that is called bookkeeping or primary set of book. We used to call it as primary book, that is journal, right? Then after recording your transactions, so how you have to classify. So accounting is art of recording. First you have to record, then classifying, summarizing. Classifying means what are the transactions you have, what is happened in your the business, that you have to classify under various cash transaction, sales transaction, purchase transaction, debtors transaction, creditors transaction, like that. You have to classify under various heads of accounts. Heads of accounts, that is called ledger accounting. That is called classifying, means it is a ledger accounting. Then summarizing. After preparing the first, you have to prepare recording, that is called journal accounts. Journal entry you have to make. Then you have to classify the transactions under various heads of accounts, that is called ledger accounts. After preparing the ledger accounts, all the ledger balances you have to bring into one statement, that is called trial balance. That is called summarizing the transactions which happened in the ledger accounts, that you have to bring it to the one statement. What is the debit balance, what is the credit balance, what is the cash position, like that. So that is called trial balance, summarizing in a significant manner. You have to summarize in a significant manner and in terms of money. So your transactions, how you are recording in terms of money or money's worth. You cannot record number of horses you have purchased, number of sofas you have purchased. So you have to make it in the value of money. So all these transactions you have to record it in terms of money, and the transactions and events which are in part at least of a financial character. It should be a financial character. Qualitative things you cannot record it. So how much you have purchased, how much you have sold, how much you have to pay to your creditors, how much you have to collect it from debtors, like that. So what are the events or activities which you are recording should be a financial character, and interpreting the results thereof. After preparing all these things, interpretation of your books of accounts will gives you for finding the profit or loss, right? So that is the interpretation of the results. That this is the accounting definition. Definition itself, it gives the what are the process you have to make. Do you understand? Right?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
here,
Yes.
what is accounting? Accounting is the art of recording, classifying, and summarizing in a significant manner and in terms of money the transactions and the events which are in part at least of a financial character, and interpreting the results thereof. This is the accounting definition. Okay. Then bookkeeping system, that is there are two types of accounting method is there. One is single entry system of bookkeeping and another one is double entry system of bookkeeping. What is single entry, what is double entry? That is here all the transactions or events we can classify into two terms. That is a two aspect, debit aspect and credit aspect, right? What is debit aspect? Debit aspect is debit and credit is a Latin debito credito. So that is debit aspect, which means that is benefit receiving aspect. Credit aspect is benefit giving aspect, right? So this is the Latin word gives you the double even each and every transactions you have two aspects. If you are following these two aspects, which are you are recording in the books of accounts, that is called double entry system of bookkeeping. Any one of the aspects, if you are crediting how much you have to pay cash, how much cash you have to collect, like that, if you are recording only one single transactions in your books of account, that is called single entry books of accounts. Single entry books of account usually in a small shop, petty shop, small businesses, they may follow, right? But big accounting concerns, they have to follow double entry system of bookkeeping. So in the double entry system of bookkeeping, the each and every debit aspect is having equal and corresponding credit aspect, that is called double entry system of bookkeeping. Okay. The basic accounting golden rule, we used to say all the transactions which we have to classify under three heads. One is personal account, another one is impersonal account. If impersonal account, further you have to classify into real account and nominal account, right? So personal account you have to classify under the two aspects, no, debit aspect and credit aspect. So debit the receiver. So debit aspect is benefit receiving aspect. Debit the receiver, credit the giver. Real account, debit what comes in, credit what goes out. So if you are receiving cash, you have to debit the cash account. If you are paying the cash, cash goes out. So you have to credit the cash account, right? So nominal account, you have to debit all the expenses and losses and credit all incomes and gains. This is a nominal account. So these are the three golden rule, is the basic concept of accounting for each and every problems, right? So what are the things? Personal account, impersonal account, personal account, real account, and nominal account. Okay. In personal account, you have to debit the receiver, you have to credit the giver. In real account, debit what comes in, credit what goes out. In nominal account, debit all expenses and losses, credit all incomes and gains. Okay. So, say for an example, I have given you personal account. Receiver, what are the accounts to be debited? Receiver means name of the person or name of the company, supplier, money lender, customer. So these are the accounts you have to be debited. So X sold goods to X. That means what? You have to credit the giver. X is the giver. So that is who is the benefit receiver? X. So X account data to sales accounts, X is receiver, right? So like that, you have to write the record the name of the account. It may be an individual person or company or any other name related to that account, you have to debit it. And you have to those who are benefited giving, that giving aspect you have to credit. Say for an example, purchases goods from supplier, so supplier account you have to be credited. Benefit giver. Okay. Real account, you have to debit what comes in, whatever purchasing you are purchasing. Say for an example, it may be a furniture or it may be a goods means you have to debit the purchases account. Sales means you have to credit the sales account, right? So purchases means debit what comes in, sales means credit what goes out. Similarly, if you are selling the goods by cash, so cash comes in, goods goes out. So cash account data to sales account, like that. So whatever comes in, you have to debit. Whatever goes out, you have to credit. Okay. The next one, nominal account. Nominal account, debit all expenses and losses, credit all incomes and gains. So debit all, what are all the expenses and losses you are incurring, that you have to debit it. They say for an example, expenses, salaries given to workers, salaries, rent paid. So all these expenses you have to debit it. Credit all incomes, that is rent received, commission received, interest received. So all these incomes you have to credit it. So what is the golden rule? Any one of you tell me golden rule?
Personal account, nominal account, real account.
Personal account.
Real
Personal
account and
account.
nominal account.
Personal account.
Real account, nominal account.
Okay, ma. Tell me the rule.
Debit the receiver and credit the giver.
Debit the receiver.
Credit the giver.
Credit the
Real account rule.
Debit what comes in,
Debit
what
what
Comes in, credit what
credits.
goes out.
Goes out. Nominal account,
Debit all
Debit all
expenses and costs.
expenses
And
Credit all
income
income and
expenses.
gains.
all incomes and gains. Okay.
Gains.
Understand
Okay.
this rule
Yes,
clearly?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
This is very
Yes, ma'am.
basic
Yes, ma'am.
accounting. This is the essential. You have to understand very clearly. Then only you can go further. Okay. Then these are the accounting concepts. There are some accounting concepts and conventions. So you have to prepare books of accounts with various concepts and conventions. What concepts means what? Principles. What are all the principles you have to follow? So what are the concepts are there? Business entity concept, money measurement concept, going concern concept, cost concept, objectivity concept, accrual or matching concept, realization, periodicity, dual aspect concept. So these are all the concepts, accounting concepts. Conventions, that is materiality, accounting for conservatism, consistency, accounting for full disclosure. So these are all the principles, accounting principles which you are following while preparing the books of accounts. I have explained
Excuse
here
me,
what
ma'am.
I want. So business
Hello?
entity
Hello,
concept.
excuse me,
Entity
ma'am.
concept is nothing but your owner of the business are distinguished from its personal account. So owner is distinguished from its personal account. That means what? Owner spent expenses for his personal use. Home, he is purchasing 10,000 goods, 8,000 for business, 2,000 for personal. That 2,000 you have to differentiate it. You should not record in the books of account. That is to be treated as drawings. Okay, that is the entity. Business is a separate entity. Existence, the entity should be separate one, distinguished from your owner. That is called business entity concept. Okay. Then money measurement concept. All the business transactions you have to recorded in terms of money or money's worth. That is called money measurement concept. Going concern concept. Going concern concept means what? So when you are starting your business, what do you think? You are going to have business only for 1 month or 2 months like that? No. So we are assuming that it will continue forever. So that is called going concern concept. We are treating when we are starting the business, it will continue forever. That is called going concern concept. Okay. See next one. Cost concept. When you are purchasing the goods, say for an example, furniture you are purchasing today, its cost is 10,000. After 1 month it may go up or down, right? 12,000, it may go 12,000 or it may go 8,000. So how you have to record in the books of account? Only based upon your cost, what you have purchased cost value only you have to record in the books of purpose for preparing final statements. That is balance sheet. Your assets value will be shown on cost value, right? These are all the assumptions underlying for preparing the books of accounts, right? The next one, objectivity. Objectivity means it is you have to see what is the revenue recognition. So when it is treated as purchase, treated as sales. So when it is to be treated as sales, that is delivery. It may be when you are receiving the order, or when you are giving the invoices, or when you are delivering the goods, like that. So when you are recognizing the revenue of goods, either delivery of goods or issue of invoices itself, you have to record in your books of accounts goods are sold. That is objectivity, right? Then accrual and matching concept. Based upon the accrual means what is accrual? You are depositing money in your bank, right? Interest will be accrued, but you may not collect it after 1 year. That is fixed deposit if you are making with interest, accumulated interest, right? So in that case, after 1 year only you will collect, but interest is revenue. This year it is revenue. So interest accrued but not received, that is called accrual concept. Or matching concept. All the expenditures you have to match it with your incomes. That is a matching concept, right? The next one, realization concept. Revenue recognition. Revenue recognition, I already explained you. When the profit is earned when goods or services are provided to customers, right? So profit when it is recorded, so when your order received or customer pays the goods, so when you are recognizing the revenue, that time you have to record in your books of accounts when your goods gone from your side, right? So you have to record in the books of accounts. Then next one, periodicity. Period of your accounting, it should not be too lengthy, and at the same time it should not be too less. Every monthly statement, is it possible to prepare final statements? It is not possible. Similarly, if you are having 5 years, so 5 years period, it is too lengthy. You have to find out what is the profit, what is happening in the business. So you have to keep that nominal period, that is 12 months period. Generally, we used to have prepare final statements 12 months, 1 year period we used to take. That is called periodicity.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, disturbance in this call.
Keep silence. Okay. The next one. Periodicity, that is 12 months is the nominal time duration for preparing final statements. What is the profit or loss earned from the business? What is the final statements, right? So next one, dual aspect. Each and every business transaction should have two aspects, that is a debit aspect and credit aspect. Both debit and aspect and credit aspect is having equal and corresponding aspect, right? So that is called dual aspect concept. Based upon the dual aspect concept, your assets are equal, total assets are equivalent to your capital and liability, right? So that is the balance sheet, right? The next one, accounting conventions. So what are all the conventions are there? Materiality, accounting for conservatism, and then consistency, disclosure. Depends upon this materiality. So materiality means what? You are purchasing a pen, paper, every day you are using in office pencil, eraser, like that. So individually, if you are writing the books of accounts, it may take heavy work. So instead, you are clubbing into a stationery. Stationery, whatever you are purchasing, paper, pen, eraser. So all these things comes under stationery item. You have to make it as clubbing of small things. So that is called materiality, right? The next one, accounting for conservatism. Conservatism means anticipating the future losses. So when you are making credit sales, you are making credit sales. If you some credits you cannot collect, it may be a bad debt, become bad debt, right? So that doubtful debts or bad debts, for that you have to anticipate future. You have to create provision against the future losses. That is called accounting for conservatism. That is called provision for doubtful debts. Then provision for depreciation. So these are all anticipation of future losses. You are creating some provisions. Provision means that is reserved out of your profit, right? Consistency. Consistency means when you are preparing the various
Ma'am, I think you have to move to the
raw
next slide.
materials, ledger balances, when you are issuing
Ma'am,
stores.
Ma'am.
you are not
Ma'am,
moving
you're
your
not in
slide.
sync, ma'am. You're
Not
just
moving on.
slide is, yeah.
Now can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
A convention, accounting convention, okay?
Ma'am, could you please go to the previous slide once?
Materiality, this one.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Materiality, accounting for conservatism. Materiality means you have to club the small items under one head. That is called materiality. Accounting for conservatism means anticipating future losses. For that, you have to create provision for bad debts, provision for depreciation, like that, right? So that is called accounting for conservatism. Consistency means you may have various methods of issuing stores. You are purchasing raw materials, the market rate will fluctuate every day, right? So which that is a stores ledger, you may have so many methods. First in first out method, that is called FIFO method, LIFO method, last in first out method, weighted average method, simple average method. So many methods are there for issuing the raw materials from stores to your production unit, right? So which method you are following, you have to consistently follow the same method. If you are frequently changing the method, there will be a profit deviations will be there. Similarly, depreciation, there are various methods are there. Straight line method, written down value method, provision for method, annuity method. So many methods are there. So you have to keep on changing the method of depreciation. It will be a adjustment you have to make for profit, right? That profit will not give you the exact position, right? So you have to maintain the same method, right? So that is called certain period, at least 1 year you have to, 1 year or 2 year you have to keep the same method, right? So that is called consistency. Disclosure. So disclosure, which method you are following, that you have to give footnote under the balance sheet. That is stores you have, stocks you are evaluated based upon FIFO method or weighted average method. Depreciation you have calculated based upon straight line method or written down value method. Like that you have to evaluate, you have to write notes under balance sheet, right? That is called disclosure. That's all with regards to our accounting concepts and conventions, right? The next one you have to see journal. Let us see what is journal. Primary set of book. It is called as primary set of books. In this book, you have to record all the transactions or events which are happened in your business, that is to be recorded in this books first. When you are recording this book, see here, this is the format is given here. So this is the format of journal book. Left hand side date, monthly, every monthly wise you have to prepare. That is every day, month. This is particulars. Two columns for debit column and credit column. This is ledger folio number. So which number you are, which page number you are taken, or accounting number if you are taken, you can make it a note, right? So say for example, this is the problem. See here, let us see one problem we can understand. On 1st April 2016, Mr. Ani started business with rupees 1 lakh and other transactions for the month are. So first, you are who is the owner of this business? Mr. Anis. Anis business you are writing, right? So he is bringing 1 lakh capital. So what comes in? What you have to write? What comes in? Cash. He is bringing 1 lakh cash
Cash.
capital, right? So cash in the form of capital, right? So you have to write April 1st, cash account data. Cash comes in. Debit what comes in? Cash comes in. So cash account data to owners capital account or equity account, or we can write it Anis capital account. Mr. Anis capital account or owners equity. So that 1 lakh you have to write. This is debit aspect, debit column, credit column. Both the column you have to write. With narration. Narration means you have to write footnote. So what is the transaction? So business started with the capital of 1 lakh capital, that is as in the form of cash, right? Being, you can write being cash for capital brought into the business. So that like that you can write. Next one, see here, April 2nd, purchase furniture for cash rupees 7,000. So purchase of furniture, here you have to be very careful. What is asset? What is goods? Goods means what? What is goods?
Commodities, huh?
Commodity. Can you make difference between purchase of asset and goods?
Goods can be anything, but assets will be something that will give us money in return.
Yes, very good. So when you are purchasing for the purpose of selling, you are a retailer, purchase from the wholesaler and sell it to the customer, right? So when you are purchased, that is treated as commodity. Even though if you are having furniture shop, so in that case, furniture shop, you are purchasing furniture from your wholesaler, that is treated as goods, not asset, right? So when you are having textile business, so in that textile business, you are purchasing furniture. For textile business, furniture is treated as asset, okay, which is treated as goods. Cloth, when you are purchasing cloth from your manufacturer or wholesaler, selling it to the customer, the purpose of commodity which you are selling to your customer, that is called goods. Okay, when you are used for own use for your business, that is treated as asset, right? So when you are purchasing furniture here, furniture for cash, so what comes in? What comes in, what goes out?
Furniture comes in, cash goes out.
Cash goes out. Very good. So furniture account data to cash account 7,000. Furniture is asset. So you are debiting the furniture account data. You put it here DR. Okay. In here, this is the image. I couldn't make correction. So furniture account data. Data means debit. DR. If you make it small form, that is called debit. Right? Furniture account data to, we have to write it here, to cash. To cash 7,000. Purchase being furniture purchased for cash. Like that we can write. Okay. The next one, April 8th, purchased goods for cash 2,000 and for credit 1,000 from College Retail Store. So what is the two transactions combinedly given here? Cash transaction and credit transaction, right? So debit, what comes in? Goods means you have to write the purchases account, right? So purchases account data are how much? 2,000 cash and then 1,000 credit. So 3,000. Total purchases is 3,000. Purchases account data are 3,000. Two cash purchases, that is 2,000. This is accounts payable. You are purchasing from whom? College Retail Store. Benefit giver name you have to write, you have to pay for him. He is a creditor. College Retail Store is called as creditor. You have to pay. Right now you are purchasing on credit. So benefit, that name of the person you have to write. Name of the person, if it is not given, you have to credit the creditor account or accounts payable account, right? So 1,000 you have to write. So being goods purchased on cash and credit, right? The next one, see, April 14, sold goods to Corn Brothers rupees 12,000 and cash sales rupees 5,000. So sold goods to Corn Brothers, that means what? Corn Brother, is it a cash transaction or credit transaction?
Credit transaction.
Credit transaction. So you are selling goods to Corn means that it is a credit. You have to collect money from, he is treated as debtor. When you are buying from your supplier, that person is called as creditor. When you are selling goods to your customer on credit, that person is called as debtor. Or okay, or accounts receivable, that is accounts payable. Okay, so in this case, what comes in debit? What comes in?
Cash.
Cash. So cash account data are sold, both credit sales as well as cash sales, both are there. So combined entry you can write cash account data are 5,000, Corn Brothers account or accounts receivable account or debtor account is 12,000. Corn Brother name is given, you have to write the name. Corn Brothers account 12,000. So total sales, goods goes out. So total sales 17,000. Okay, so being cash and credit sales recorded, right? See next one. April 18, owner withdraw of worth rupees 2,000 for personal use. Business entity concept. Owner is owner is to be treated as separated from your business, right? Owner is different from your business. So he is taking for his personal use. So what you have to treat? You have to treat whatever he is taking for his personal use, that is to be treated as drawings. Okay. So drawings account data to what he is taking cash. With owner withdraw worth of rupees 2000 for personal use. So drawings account data to cash account 2000. We understand this? When owner is taking for his personal use, cash means you have to write the cash account. If he is taking goods for his personal use means you have to credit the purchases account, drawings account data to purchases account, right? Next one, you see. April 22, paid college retail store. So college retail store credit purchases we have made on April 8th, right? So out of 1000 rupees, now you are paying 500. So when you are paying, what is the journal entry? What goes out? Cash goes out. Can you debit the receiver? Debit the receiver. College retail store account data to cash account 500. See here, college retail store account or accounts payable account data to cash account 500. Okay. The next one, received rupees 10,000 from Khan Brothers. So received 10,000 from Khan Brothers. What is the journal entry? You are collecting money from your accounts receivable. Khan Brother already have made 12,000 credit sales, out of which 10,000 you are collecting now. So debit what comes in? Debit what comes in?
Cash.
Cash. Cash account data 10,000 to
From brothers.
Khan account, Khan brother or debtor account, Khan brother or debtor account or accounts receivable account. Okay. The next one, April 30th, paid salary expenses. Salary expenses, can you say journal entry?
Debit.
What debit? What is
Salary account debit
salary account data to
to cash.
cash account. Salary account data to cash account, right? So salary is an expenditure. You have to debit. What credit? What goes out? Cash goes out. So salary account data to cash account. This is the journal entry. Journal books. Do you understand this?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we go for
Yes,
next
ma'am.
one? Ledger accounts. Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
after preparing this journal entry, I have given some more problems for practicing you. You practice it. If you have any doubt, we will discuss in some other class. Okay. So we cannot, don't have time to do all the problems because within 7 hours we have to complete all the things. Okay. We have 5 units. We have to complete everything. The next one is ledger accounts. Ledger accounts, this is the format. We have to divide left hand side debtor and right hand side T form. T form you have to prepare it. Left hand side debit side, right hand side credit side. See here, date, description, amount. Here date, description, amount. This is the format of ledger accounts, right? So ledger account, after preparing the it is called a secondary books of account. So primary set of book is journal. After preparing journal, you have to classifying under various heads of account. What is the total cash balance at the end of the month? What is the sales at the end of the month? What is the purchases at the end of the month? If you want to know, you have to classify the accounts under various heads. That is called ledger accounts, right? See here, this is the journal books we have made. This is the ledger accounts. We have prepared only cash account here. See here, cash, you have debited cash account data to owner's equity or capital account. So cash, debit side, you have debited cash. So debit side, July 1st, owner's equity or capital account 1 lakh. Right? Wherever cash you have debited, debit side you have to write. Wherever you have credited, credit side you have to bring the another entry. Okay, see here, purchases account data to cash account. So credit side by purchases 15,000. When you are writing debit side, you have to write to cash account data to owner's equity. When you are writing credit side, by purchases, right? That means what? Cash you have credited. You understand? So purchases 15,000. See here, wherever non-cash items you should not bring for under cash account. Only cash transactions you have to bring. So credit side drawing 4,000. Cash debit side commission 2000, right? See here, debit side cash, accounts receivable. So debit side accounts receivable. So see here, accounts payable, credit side accounts payable. Like that, you have to enter all the cash accounts. Then at the end of the month, you have to bring the close the books of account, right? So cash account, when you are closing, your debit side and credit debit side exceeds your credit side, that is balance carried down. See here, this side it comes 1 lakh 37,000 comes, this side only 28,000 comes, right? That bill remaining balance you have to write by balance carried down at the end of the month. That means closing cash balance. Closing cash balance at the end of the month is 1,09,000. Cash collected during the month 1,70,000. Receipts 1,37,000. Payment is 28,000. So remaining 1,09,000 is called as closing cash balance. This closing cash balance of the previous month will be the opening cash balance for next month. Okay, so next month you have to bring this closing cash balance as an opening balance. So August 1st, this is July 31st. You have to write it here, July 31st by balance carried down. The same thing you have to bring it to the next month, to August 1, to balance brought down 1,09,000. To balance brought down, you have to write it like this. Okay. So this is the format of similarly cash account. You can prepare purchases account. You can prepare sales account. Sorry. You can prepare capital account. You can prepare salary account, like that. So each and every heads you can prepare ledger account. What is the total balance at the end of the month? That will be the opening balance for next month. Okay. See here, all the accounts I have made it for your purpose. You practice it. We will go for next one. Trial balance. Cash account, see capital account, purchases account, Manu account, Sonu account, Mean account, furniture account, like that. Okay. So this when you are preparing this ledger accounts, opening balance, which side comes, that is called debit balances. In ledger account, balance brought down where you have, right? Cash account having debit balances. See here, purchases account is having debit balances. Manu account is having here debit credit balances, right? So like that. So all these balances of ledger accounts you have to bring into one statement, that is called trial balance. So trial balance is a statement. See here, this is a statement. You have to bring all the ledger balances, both debit balances and credit balances. That should be tally. Why? Because as per our accounting principle, accounting equation, that is all assets are equivalent to your capital plus liabilities. That is accounting equation. All the debit aspect are equivalent to your corresponding credit aspect, right? So that is why all the transaction after preparing the ledger accounts you have to bring into one statement for seeing arithmetical accuracy. Preparing this statement is called trial balance, right? See here, these are all ledger balances given in your problem. Sometimes 6 marks question, they may ask you small 5 marks question or 6 marks small problem. They may ask you to prepare trial balance. These are the ledger balances given. Bank loan, that is marketable security, bills payable, unearned revenue, sundry debtors, outstanding salary, prepaid rent, insurance, owner's investment, rent and rates. So all these things are given, right? So when you are preparing the trial balance, you have to keep it in your mind. 4 things. That is, all the expenditures are having debit balances. All the incomes are having credit balances. All the liabilities are having credit balances. All the assets are having debit balances. These 4 things you have to keep it in your mind while preparing the trial balance. Okay. So if it is a expenditure account, it will be a debit balance. If asset account, it will be a credit balance. Liabilities is a credit balance, right? Income, credit balance. Like that, you have to be very clearly Keep it in mind while preparing this trial balance. See here, bank loan, credit balance, marketable security. Marketable security means it is a asset, short-term asset. So debit balance. Bills payable is a credit balance, credit or liability. So credit balance. Unearned revenue. Unearned revenue means what? What is unearned revenue? What is unearned revenue? Means what?
Interest.
Unearned revenue no, that is interest is accrued but not received. That is treated as an asset, right? You may receive in advance. You may receive in advance, but you have not yet rendered your services. Commission received in advance.
Commission, ma'am.
Services you have not yet rendered. So that is called treated as an unearned revenue, or we can say outstanding revenue. That means you have earned but not, sorry, you have received in advance, but you have, it is liability to render service. That is called unearned revenue. Outstanding expenditure, we used to say liability. That is, you have benefit received from the worker but not yet paid. That is called outstanding expenses, right? Similarly, prepaid expenses are there. Prepaid expenses means what? Insurance. Insurance, generally we used to pay yearly, 1 year premium we used to pay. Calendar year, if you are paying, you are preparing a accounting period in your books of account. So that 3 months, 4 months difference will be there. That is to be treated as an prepaid expenditure. You have advance payment, right? So that is advance payment is treated as an asset, right? Outstanding expenditure is treated as an liability. Advance income received, that is unearned revenue or advance receipt, is treated as an liability. And then accrued income is treated as an asset. Accrued but not received. Okay, we have to keep it in your mind, all these things. Sundry debtor. Debtor is a asset. Outstanding salary, liability. Prepaid rent, asset. Insurance expenses, expenses, debit balance. Owner's investment, credit balance. Rent and rates and expenditure, 400. It is a debit balance. Accumulated depreciation. Generally, simply depreciation, if it is given, it is a expenditure. We used to write it as a debit balance. Accumulated depreciation means you may have maintained from the beginning, from the purchase of your asset, you are maintaining one account, liability account, that is accumulated or provision for depreciation account. It is a credit balances, right? Accrued, simply depreciation, if it is given, you have to write it the debit balance. Okay, accumulated depreciation, if it is given, you have to write credit balance. Accrued in revenue, debit balance. Machinery asset, debit balance. Drawings, debit balance. Equipment, debit balance, asset. Maintenance expenditure, debit balance. Miscellaneous expenditure, accrued expenses. See here, accrued but not paid. Outstanding, that is accrued means you have to pay but not yet paid. Outstanding liability, that is you have to write it credit. Then depreciation expenditure, see here, simply depreciation expenditure is a expenditure account, you have to debit it, right? So debit balance. Unexpired insurance, that is prepaid insurance, it is a asset, treated as an current asset, so you have to write it in the debit side. Then vendors payable account. So payable account means it is a liability, so you have to write it credit. So your trial balance should get tally. If it is not tallied, you may have some errors may occur. So there are various types of error are there. That is error of omission, error of commission, error of principle. So many error method of there. So if you have done some errors may implicit your trial balance, some errors may not implicit. So you have to be very careful while preparing this trial balance. After preparation of this trial balance, you have to prepare final accounts. So what is final accounts? What is final accounts? Trading, profit and loss account and balance sheet you have to prepare. This the final accounts, final statements we have to prepare what to find out what is the profit or loss earned from the business, and then what is the financial status of the business. For that purpose, at the end of the year, we used to prepare the statement is called final accounts, trading profit and loss account and balance sheet. So this is the format is I have given here. Trading account, debit side you have to make it like ledger account, debit side, credit side, data, debit side that is data, credit side you have to write credit off, debit side, credit side, right? So debit side you have to, what are the items you have to write, same thing only you have to write. To opening stock, to purchases less purchases return. Purchases return is another name is called return outwards. Then wages, only direct expenditure you have to write it in the trading account. Wages, freight expenses, carriage inwards, cleaning charges. Cleaning charges means only at the time of purchases. Packing charges, dock duties, octroi, factory power, only the what are the expenditures you have incurred for producing the product, that you have to write under trading account, right? So credit side you have to write by sales less sales return. Sales less sales return you have to write it by closing stock. Closing stock you have to write. If your credit side exceeds your debit side, that is called gross profit, right? When your trading account credit side total is exceeds your debit side, that is called gross profit. Suppose debit side it is exceeds your credit side, that is called gross loss. Okay, this is the format of trading account. See, next one, profit and loss account. After preparing the trading account, you have to continue to prepare profit and loss account. So you have to bring out the profit. Gross, if it is a gross profit, credit side you have to write by gross profit. If it is a loss means debit side you have to write to gross loss. This side you have to write gross profit. Then the other incomes you have to write in the credit side. Commission received, rent received, interest received, discount received. So all these things you have to write in the credit side. Debit side, the other expenses, salary, rent rates, stationery, postage. So all the administrative and financial selling and distribution expenses, you have to write it under the debit side of profit and loss account, right? So depreciation, bad debts, all these expenses you have to write it. Now your credit side of your profit and loss account exceeds your debit side, that is called net profit. Suppose your debit side exceeds your credit side, that is called net loss, right? So after preparing the trading profit and loss account, then you have to prepare balance sheet. Balance sheet you have to write balance sheet of Mr. X or Y Z somebody, right? As on the date 31st March or 31st December year, you have to write like that. When you are writing the heading under trading account, you have to write trading profit and loss account. You write combinedly trading profit and loss account for Mr. X for the year ending. You have, here you have to write for the year ending 31st March or 31st December, like that you have to write it. Here as on balance sheet, while writing heading as on 31 12 2024 or 23, like that you have to write it, right? So left hand side you have to prepare liabilities, right hand side you have to prepare assets. So liability side, what are the things are there? You can divide into two category: current liability and then long term liability and then capital. Three category you can divide. Similarly, you can classify assets under three category: current assets, fixed assets, and then we can say investments. Investments are long terms, right? Here, current liability. What are the current liability? Sundry creditor, bills payable, bank overdraft, outstanding expenses. These are all current liability. Long-term liability, that is mortgage loan, debentures, bonds, like that. So the long-term loans are, you have to write it here. Then next one, reserves. Reserves, what are the reserves you are providing, that you have to write it. Then capital. So capital, opening capital plus net profit, what you have find out here, that net profit, if it is a net profit you have to add, if it is net loss you have to deduct, right? So capital plus net profit or loss, then minus drawings. Owner taken money, you know, for his personal use, that you have to deduct it. And then if there is any income tax paid, you have to deduct it. Then that is closing capital, you have to write it in the outer column. You have to prepare inner column and outer column. Inner column you have to use it for this calculation. Only the final amount you have to write in the outer column. Similarly, the asset side, cash in current assets. What are the current under the heading of current assets? Cash in hand, cash at bank, bills receivable, sundry debtor, investment. Short term investment is a current asset. If it is a long term investment, that is long term assets, right? So closing stock, these are all short current assets you have to write. Then prepaid expenses also current assets. Under from cash in hand to prepaid expenses is current assets. Then fixed assets. What are the fixed assets? Furniture and fittings, plant and machinery, land and building, business premises. These are all tangible fixed assets. Then we can classify under as intangible assets. What are the intangible assets? Goodwill, patent rights, copyrights. These are all the fixed asset, but it is intangible. The evaluation methods are different. It will be evaluated that you will study when you are coming for finance, MBA finance, you will learn. So this is the intangible assets value you have to write. So after preparing all these things, your balance sheet should get tally. Why? Because of our accounting equation, all the total assets are equivalent to your total capital plus liability, right? So this is the method of preparation of final accounts. I have given some adjustments or entries also there. So I have given here journal entries and then how to make adjustment wherever you have to make adjustments. I will teach you while preparing the one problem in the next class. I will explain you how to do it. Okay, these are all adjustments. You go through that with all adjustments. We will let us do. This is the problem. Examination point of view, 20 marks case study. You may expect final accounts in the case study. Trial balance will be given. Some adjustments will be given. You may require to prepare trading profit and loss account and balance sheet, right? So this is the trading profit and loss account. This is the balance sheet you have to prepare with how to make this adjustment. With this adjustment, how to do it. I will explain you in the next class. Okay. You practice all these things. Go through this adjustment entries. What is the journal entry? How it will be appear in your trading account, profit and loss account, and balance sheet. So I have given here clearly each and everything I like to explain you because of time duration. You go through that. Let us do the problem full-fledged one final accounts. Let us prepare. Then you will come to understand. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Can you share this
Can you
PDF?
share the slides?
These slides already it is in our website, DD Pondicherry University website. Student support services under that PPT are given uploaded. The same PPT is there. You go download it and you can see that. Okay.
If I have doubts, what can I do?
மேம் ஸ்லைடே வரல மேம்
You make
டிஸ்ப்ளே.
a note of it. Let us discuss whatever doubts we have in the final class. Let us discuss because due to the time duration, I have to touch all the syllabus. I have to complete the syllabus. Each and every unit I can make you only one
Hello,
problem.
ma'am.
I will explain the
Notes
concepts and
confusion.
I will show you how to prepare it. Okay.
Ma'am, please can you share the syllabus?
Can you please explain about the semester exam? How many marks? Whether it is objective and subjective question?
Just tell me.
Hello.
Ma'am, slide is slow. Display show.
You can download it now. It is given here. You can download it from our website. DD Pondicherry University. It is uploaded. You download it and practice it. Then next class we will do one final problem, final accounts problem we will do.
Ma'am,
Okay.
can you please explain about the semester exams? How many marks, type of questions?
Ma'am, please can you share the syllabus?
Syllabus it is available in our website.
Exam patterns, can you explain that?
Exam pattern.
The important things
all
what
the
we
details
have
are
to look
given
onto
in
the
our website. ABC pattern, 75 marks. That is 5 marks for part A.
Not, ma'am, not that one. Which one will be more important to focus on that while in the
All
doing
the
the syllabus?
syllabus, all the chapters are important. Anything they may give. Yeah, it
Okay,
is
ma'am.
a very basic things. Journal entry may ask you for 5 marks question. Final account they may ask you for 20 marks. Sorry, 15 marks case study. Okay. All the problems, all the chapters are equivalently important. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. My next class we will do the problems, right?
Ma'am,
Next
when is the
class.
exam, madam?
Internal assessment?
Huh?
Is there any internal
When is
assessment,
the
ma'am?
exam?
The next study is waiting, I think.
Ma'am, can you share the timetable for the classes? Because of you don't know which classes are next one.
Timing.
Timetable and all they cannot share you because it may fluctuate according to the availability of resource persons. Whoever taken you listen. Why you bother? You listen all the classes. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
could you tell us when the exams will be there, ma'am, for semester? There's no information on that.
Every year, December and June, we will conduct exams. Every year, December and June, you will have a final semester examinations will be conducted. That will be timetable, everything you see our website. Follow our website. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, is there any internal assessment or only written test for 100 marks?
She left, bro.
I guess
she left, bro.
Can we share all our mobile numbers so that it will be useful for all of us?
Guys, ma'ams were left. Please see.
Madam has already left. Can we share
Otherwise,
all of
we
our
can.
mobile numbers?
Otherwise, we can make a WhatsApp group.
WhatsApp group?
Actually,
Make a
WhatsApp
WhatsApp
group will help
group.
us to discuss all those
Great
things.
idea. It is a great idea. We can start a WhatsApp group and
Yeah, exactly.
chatting something informations we got from the website and other sources.
Yes,
So
yes, why not?
Yes, sir, sure, sure.
if you kindly share your contacts, so we can open a WhatsApp group and there we can share some information collect from the website and anything that's regarding examinations, regarding examination dates, regarding examination syllabus, everything.
Yes, sir, we can.
How did you guys receive the books? I haven't received the books.
Yeah, this
Through
is
post,
the
bro.
The books are
post
sent
by
by
post.
the college. I got the book. It is getting delay for some
actually, everyone
people.
got the books.
Can we get the mobile
I
number? Can
actually
we
got
get
the book
mobile number?
from
Can we share the mobile number, everyone? So make the WhatsApp.
That's fine.
Make the share here. Disable the chat.
Hide.
So how can we share the mobile number? Any
We will do
platform
one
for
thing.
that?
We will do one. We can share the mobile number. Everybody can share the mobile number of him. Yeah, you can share us your mobile number.
yes. Then we can start a WhatsApp group.
That's what
Someone
possible.
give your
If anyone
bro,
can improve,
someone give your email ID. We all will mention our WhatsApp
You
numbers over
can
there only.
note down. You can note down my mobile number. Please note down the mobile number.
WhatsApp group.
Please note down the mobile number.
Can anyone only talk
Speak one
because
by
of
one as one by one, please.
Yes.
Can you please note down my
because
mobile
of
number?
all are talking means you can't understand what they saying. People saying.
We don't have much time. Please, one by one, note the number. Any one person take the leadership and note the number, please.
Someone give your email ID. We all will share our
No,
numbers over there only.
someone can tell their number and all will message to that number.
Please.
And that person can create
my
group.
mobile number.
Below that, please tell your number. We can have note on
Just a second, just a second, just a second. Everyone, please, just a second. Hold it, everyone, hold just a second. Just a second, just a second. Everyone, just a second. So we will do this way. Just a second, Guys, just a second. 1 minute.
As I told, someone has shared the number.
Then everyone
Wait,
can
wait.
join
No,
to that.
no need to share the number.
Someone give your
We
email
just
ID or we will share
hello guys.
our
Yes,
numbers
yes,
over there only.
Oh,
yes, yes.
oh, one minute.
Someone,
My mobile
One
number.
person
someone
tell
share
number and
email
all
ID.
will message to that number.
Abdul is, let's listen to Abdul. Abdul is talking. Let's
Yes, just
mute
a
our
second.
calls. Abdul will.
Please
Yes,
note down
yes,
the
yes. Let me
mobile
talk.
number
Let me talk.
962.
Just a second. Just a second. Let me.
Yeah, you can talk here. 70
Just a
Guys,
second, guys.
let's all
Everyone.
remain silent. Vinodam is talking.
355
Just a second.
Rest
Guys,
of
guys,
chat.
just a
Tell me
second,
once
guys.
again.
Guys,
962
guys, guys, guys,
0
just a second. Vinod and
38.
PPP. Just a second. Just a second.
That was
So what we
perfect.
have do, like what we do is like only one member, like only one person will share the email.
Otherwise, Abdul, you tell me your number. We will.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Can you note down the
Let me
number?
let
Can you
962
can share me?
355
No need of number, just
I
follow
have to leave now. I have another meeting. Please.
guys, just a second.
You can do
So what
one
we
thing.
can do
You
is
can
like
do.
just a second. What we can do is like just one person can share their email ID, so that in that email ID we can all share their mobile numbers, so that
But still,
Okay.
adding 250 members will be a very hectic task. I think we will share the.
Can anyone share your mobile
No,
number? We'll message, na? That will also can
no,
solve.
that's easy. One person share your mobile number and we'll text
So
that
we will
number and
message you,
we'll
na? That
add
will be
the.
much better.
That's what they
That will
say.
be
One
better.
person tell his number and everyone message to that number only.
Hey, this is just
Okay.
one second, sir.
Where is Abdul now?
Getting confused.
Guys, create a group now and share the link in the message so that we can
Yeah,
join from the
guys.
link only.
Guys, join using the
Guys,
link.
I have shared my number. Guys, I have shared my number. You can message me so that I can create the group lead.
Anyone take the leadership and give the
Where did
number
you share
all.
your message, sir?
In the screen share, the screen is sharing.
What is your name? What is your name?
I'll read out the number. Guys, I'll read out the
Yes.
number. 9514.
Guys, the best option is we can share the WhatsApp group link.
Hello, students.
So can anyone please open the chat?
Student,
I
can you hear me?
can share the link.
Thank you, Fazil. You can create.
Yes,
Mr. Pradeep
yeah,
Reddy?
yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, please keep quiet. So whatever the grievances, you just note down, just write in the chat box. We will try to solve it. Okay. Just we'll start our classes now.
Chat back block.
Chat blocked by our head.
I request all of the students to kindly mute the system so that we can start our class. Is it all right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Esu Haris.
I have already sent you the text.
Okay, please keep quiet. So, first class is over.
The two classes are over.
Now we are going to start our second class, business law.
Third class, sir.
Third.
Okay, yes, of course, it is third class. We are going to start business law. Okay, if you have any doubt in between, just you can chat, write in the chat box, or else in between one by one you can talk. Otherwise, it will be a disturbance for all of us. Okay. So, Jumna Jumbi, please mute your system, please. Okay, let me upload my PPT. Yes. Are you able to see PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. We are going to start business law. Any one of you are aware of business law? What is business law? Anyone can say? What do you mean by business law?
Business law means it is the agreement with customer for certain rules and regulations.
Yeah, agreement is part of it. But business law means it's, name itself very clear. The law related to business. When you are going to do any transaction or do any business, there has to be some rules and regulation which can bind you, so you can follow. There won't be any ambiguity. So, Mr. Avila, please mute your system. Vinod, Avila Sajid, please mute your system. Okay, we are going to start business law. So, law related to business, all the laws like contract law, you can say insurance act, you can say this banking act, you can say negotiable instrument act. All these are coming in the business law. So, in your syllabus, just a second, it is not moving. Just a second. One second, please.
Please take your time, sir.
Slide is it moving? No. Just a minute. I don't know why slide is not moving.
Hello, sir. Just close on the yellow box, just showing us information.
Sorry?
Get genuine office, right? You can close that. Just an yellow box. The top.
Yeah, it is not moving.
Just close that. You have the into mark, right? Just close it, and you can move to the next slide.
Okay. Just a second. Slide is not moving.
So you can see get genuine office information, right? Yellow box. On the top right, you can see a close box just below to that. Yeah, no, just below. You can see a close
What
box.
is that? Top right?
Just
so that yellow banner that you are getting, go to your extreme right, and there is a cross mark there. You can close it.
Okay. One second. Still, it is not. I don't know why.
Yeah, you see that yellow banner there where it says "Get Genuine Office." If you go to the extreme right, there is a cross mark there on your right. Just below it, that yellow banner. The yellow banner.
Sir, just click on yellow line. That is, it automatically you can scroll the presentation.
Where is the which yellow line you are talking?
Yeah, in the top line it is there, sir.
Stop presenting. It is there.
Yeah, just a bit below. Just a bit below the yellow banner. Yes. Just close it. On your right hand side, there is a cross mark, right?
This one. Okay. Close that.
On your right.
You haven't closed.
On the yellow banner on your right.
This one.
Sir, the yellow banner that says the isn't genuine and you may be a
That's what
victim of.
I'm clicking that one.
You need to close that, sir. Just you have a cross mark at the right side of your screen.
Yeah,
So
that's
move
what
your
I'm
cursor
trying, but
right.
it is not getting closed.
So move your cursor further right.
Ah.
Further right, extreme right.
Just
Your presentation is gone.
Okay.
You can open it.
Otherwise, you start our class. I will ask where the text.
சார் தமிழா
சொல்லுங்க
சார் அந்த இடத்துல பாத்தீங்கன்னா எல்லோ கலர்ல ஒரு லைன் இருக்கு பாருங்க அந்த லைன்ல கார்னர்ல நீங்க அதை படிச்சு பாத்தீங்கன்னா அந்த கார்னர்ல இன்டு மார்க் இருக்கு அது மட்டும் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா ஓகே ஆயிடும்
they are not closing the try பண்ணி வச்சிருங்க
அது ஒரு எரர் பாப்அப் வருது இல்ல சார் அந்த அந்த பேனர்ல கார்னர் அந்த பாப்அப் மெசேஜ் ஒன்னு வருது பாருங்க
சார் ஆக்சுவலா நீங்க அந்த இடத்துக்கு போகவே இல்ல சார் இன்னும்
ரைட் சைடுல இருக்கு பாருங்க சார்
அப்படியே லைட் லாஸ்டா போங்க
கார்னர் சார் ஃபார் தி கார்னர்
அந்த லாஸ்ட் போங்க அந்த லைன்லயே போங்க அங்க ஒரு இன்டு மார்க் இருக்குல்ல அத க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுங்க
you can see the slide scroll bar
கார்னர்ல
what is that just otherwise we will start our class and let the technical people come and they will resolve it
There are texts you can see on the screen on right hand side. Sir, you have a main X and yeah, now it's gone.
Kavya, can you please keep it quiet?
Sir, இப்போ பாருங்க சார்
Kavya, please mute. Kavya, please mute.
okay just not this one yeah now is it all right hello
No, sir.
Yes.
can you see the
we can see this PPT here
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Are you able to scroll, sir?
No,
yeah,
sir.
yeah moving
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, I couldn't see it.
Yes, sir, we can see it.
okay let us start our class now can you see PPT now business law
No,
Yeah,
sir.
Yes.
Yes.
it's visible
Yes, sir, I can see.
Visible.
okay see the business law which is related to business it is also called as mercantile law many of you must have studied in BCom mercantile law which is comprising of laws connected to the business world trade commerce and industry so generally it includes law pertaining to contract law contract sales of goods partnership companies act negotiable instrument act insurance act consumer protection payment of bonus gratuity minimum wages all this is carriage of goods insolvency all this is coming under the business law and you can see that business is expanding with that there are many rules and regulations also getting changed and to meet these changes or need there is a provision uniform rules has to be enacted for that reason contract act 1872 has been formed after that many other acts also have been enacted now let us see the roots of business law what is the sources of business law where from business law has come you can see the first is English mercantile law most of the law related to mercantile law from that it has been English mercantile law it has been taken even though nowadays if there is any ambiguity in the laws they will be the judges will be following the English mercantile law to get the reference so most of the part is brought from the English mercantile law and second one is statute law what is statute law which is statute law is which is bill passed by the parliament. So both the houses, when they give the consent, and it is to be passed by both the houses, and that is to be signed by the President of India, then it becomes the statute or law. And the third source is case laws or judicial decision. You must have seen the many of the cases, judges, they refer the precedent. They take the precedent. Suppose High Court has given certain judgment for the particular case. For that, if similar cases comes, judges normally refer to the precedent. What has happened earlier? What has the judgment has been passed? And it is not mandatory. Suppose High Court has. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. See, it is not mandatory for the High Court. If some High Court has given judgment for the particular case, and similar case has come in High Court, it is not mandatory that High Court has to follow the same judgment what it has been given. It may change, but normally for the reference purpose, they take the precedent cases. And similarly, lower court, they follow if High Court has given judgment, lower court, they will follow the High Court judgment. In case of Supreme Court also, many times they took the reference of precedence, and sometimes they change the decision also. Many times some judgment has been given for the particular cases. Again, similar case has come and Supreme Court has given different judgment. We have to follow that one. So these are the various, and another source is custom and usage. When certain custom is followed in the society, and that tradition is followed, and certain rules and regulations made, sometimes the judges also, they give some kind of importance to the customs and usages. You must have seen in many of the decisions, they see what exactly the custom is, what is the how it is being used in the society, and how they follow. So these are the various sources of business law. And now let us move to our syllabus. The first unit consists of law of contract. There are many laws here, like law of contract, Sales and Goods Act, Partnership Act, Negotiable Instrument Act, Companies Act, and next is Factory Act. These are the acts we are going to study. The first unit consists of your Contract Act. So let us move to the law of contract. If we ask all of you, have you done any contract anytime? Any one of you?
Rental agreements.
Yes, rental agreement. Anything else? Anybody else?
Bond to the company.
Sale agreement.
Contract signed in a company. Anything else?
Sir, are MOUs considered?
Sale agreements.
Sale agreement. Anybody else?
Job contract.
Labor contract.
Okay, MOU. Anything else?
SOW.
Sorry?
Insurance
Anyone
contract.
who has not signed any contract?
LOC, letter of credit.
Yeah, I understood. Those are the contract you have signed. Any one of you who has not signed any contract? Anyone?
Me.
No, almost all of you have signed contract. Sometimes you might be aware of it, sometimes without knowing it also you are signing contract. So there are various type of contract, like suppose somebody has traveled in a bus today and he has purchased a ticket to travel one place to another place. That is also called as contract. It is the implied contract. You have purchased the bus ticket and travel in the bus and reach to the destination. That is also a kind of contract, you can say. So it is implied that proposal is there and acceptance is also there. Proposal means you have proposed to travel from one place to another place, and conductor has accepted and he has given you ticket in exchange of money, and you have accepted it. Both the parties, they have accepted. This is a kind of called as, even though there is no face-to-face or verbal talk is there, but still just silently if you purchase a ticket, that is called as contract. This is understood that it is you have undergone a contract, implied contract. Similarly, if you have opened a bank account, you must have seen that manager must have asked you to sign the different places. Sign it here. Terms and conditions are mentioned. That means you are accepting all the terms and conditions, and you are making a contract. You are signing the agreement. That means it is also a kind of contract. Similarly, you have taken taken the cell phone number. There are also many places you have signed. So these are small contract which we are not aware. And sometimes agreement is such a small letters is mentioned without reading it. We just sign it and we say that yes, we have accepted it. So let us see in the detail. The relating to the contract in India is contained in the Indian Contract Act 1872. So all this which is mentioned in Contract Act 1872 is, so it is mandatory for all the business people, they have to follow. So one thing you must remember, ignorance of law is not an excuse. If you do not know the law, you cannot say that I was not aware of this and I did this one. So ignorance of law is not an excuse. So all the business people who are dealing with the business, they must be aware of the certain laws. Like when they are making an agreement, they should understand what agreement is, what is a contract. So the act is mainly based on the English common law. What I told, that mercantile law or English common law, from that only we have taken, most of the law has taken from the English common law and came into force on the first day of September 1872. So it extended to whole of India. The act deals with the general rules relating to the all types of contract. Like section 1 to 75, all the contract are coming under the, you may not be remembering all the sections, so just you understand the section 1 to 75 contains all contracted and contains special provision governing specific contracts such as bailment, pledge, indemnity, guarantee, and agency. These are the some kind of special provision. The act also contains provision relating to contract of sales and goods and partnership also, which we are going to discuss in later stage. Besides, there are separate acts that exclusively contract related to, like Negotiable Instrument Act. So that also we are going to discuss Negotiable Instrument Act. Anybody aware of negotiable instrument? Can you give any example of negotiable instrument? Hello?
Rent agreement.
Rent agreement? No.
Checks.
Yes. Check is a negotiable instrument.
Check, promissory note.
Sorry?
Promissory note.
Yeah, check is an example of negotiable instrument. So we'll discuss in later stage. Next, transfer of immovable property, Insurance Act. These are the some separate acts are made to deal with this special type of cases. And it is important to note that contract does not cover the ambit any social custom and usage of trade. If any social custom is followed, so that will be separate. This doesn't comes under the Contract Act. So now let us see what is a contract. What is the meaning of contract? You can see section 2H, it states that an agreement enforceable by law is a contract. What is there? You can see the two parts here. First is agreement. The second part is enforceable by law. The agreement which is enforceable by law is a contract. So agreement in the sense somebody proposes something and other person he accepts it, and it should be enforceable by law. So the contract, suppose a person make an agreement that if you kill person B, I will pay you this much, which is not enforceable by law. This will not be called as contract. This is a illegal. So the agreement which is enforceable by law, law accepts it, and its enforcement is there by law, is called as contract. So therefore, a contract has two parts, two elements. One is agreement and other is obligation, which is enforceable by law. There should be some obligation and it should be enforceable by law. If you promise to give something and person A has promised to give person B something with exchange of money, so he has to pay, and that is to be other person has to get his product. So it is enforceable by law. Law also, if he fails to do that, then you can take an action. So what is a contract? Contract is agreement plus legal obligation. There has to be some legal obligation. We'll give in detailed example later on. You can understand what is legal obligation. So let us see what is an agreement. Agreement is the outcome of the consensus between the parties. If there are two parties, if they consent, they give their consent for the particular statement, then it becomes the agreement. Agreement is the outcome of the consensus between the parties who enter into a contract. That is, the promise made between them represent concurrence of their minds. Suppose somebody gives some proposal or promise something, and other person he accept it, and both the minds are accepting. It is not that there is some ambiguity in between. There should not be any ambiguity. So it is clearly mentioned, and somebody has promised and you have accepted, or somebody proposes, you have accepted, that becomes an agreement. So this would not be an agreement if the parties do agree, but not on the same thing in the same sense. If you don't have the same sense or same thing, suppose for example, I will tell you that A promises to sell a car to B for 1 lakh rupee, and B agreed upon that one. Will be a valid contract? I am asking you. Suppose a person promises to give car for 1 lakh. The other person, he has paid 1 lakh. And is it a clear contract? They made agreement.
No, sir. No.
No, sir.
Why no?
Yes, no.
Why no?
There is no legal agreement between them. Only oral agreement.
You have promised that to your friend, you have promised to give your car for 1 lakh rupee.
That is only
There
oral
is no
agreement.
proof, sir.
There is no paper agreement between
What
them.
is that?
Proof.
There
I can change my words at any time.
No, what is missing here?
Agreement is missing.
there is no written
See,
agreement between
you
them.
have given
It's a legal
promise.
agreement.
No, both of you have promised. He has accepted. Yes, I will buy your car.
Clarity.
Okay.
Clarity. What is the clarity is missing here?
Type of car.
Same thing. Which car you will
Legal
sell?
obligation.
Suppose you have 2-3 cars. There is no clarity in that one, that which car you are going to, whether you are going to sell Maruti 800 or Suzuki or Honda, which car you are. There is no clarity in that one. So in that case, it would mean here you can see that there would not be an agreement, parties agreed, but not the same thing. If there is not same thing in the same sense and consensus is not sufficient, that will not be sufficient. You have not promised that I am going to sell my Maruti car or Suzuki car or Honda car. It has to be clear that I want to sell Maruti 800 for rupees 1 lakh rupee, and other person, he has accepted that yes, I am ready to buy this Maruti 800 car for 1 lakh rupee. Okay, there has to be clarity, and there has to be consensus. Both the parties, they should understand that yes, I am accepting for this particular thing, and the other person, he should understand that for this thing only he is paying. So it defines the term agreement as every promise or every set of promise forming consideration for each other. If you make a promise and there is a consideration, suppose you are promising to sell your car. What is the consideration? There is a money 1 lakh rupee. So that can be an agreement. But agreement, when you are making agreement, it has to be consensus ad item. What we say, the both the parties should have consent on this one. Which thing you are going to sell, and how much, for which particular thing. So that has to be clear. So what is an agreement? First you see, contract is an agreement plus legal obligation. What is an agreement? Every promise or set of promise is called as, if there is a consideration, called as agreement. So here you can see the example. A received rupees 10,000 from B and promised to supply him 10 bags of rice after 10 days. It is a promise. He promised is to supply 10 bag of sugar after 10 days for 10,000 rupees. It shall be a set of promise if a promise supplied 10 bags of rice after 10 days and B promised to pay him 10,000 after rice is supplied. Thus, agreement is offer plus acceptance. Here, what is the one person? He promises that after 10 days, 10 bags of sugar I will provide you for 10,000 rupees. When other person, he accepted that, yes, I will take the 10 bags of sugar for 10,000 rupees after 10 days. So it will be offer and acceptance, both are there. So agreement is offer plus acceptance. If you are offering something or if you are promising something, other is accepting, that can be called as agreement. Is it clear what is an agreement?
Yes, sir.
Yes. There has to be promise or there has to be a proposal and there should be some consideration for that one. And other person, he has to accept it. So promise agreement is the offer plus acceptance. Next we will see what is a promise. Now we say that agreement is promise plus offer. What is the promise? Promise is defined in section 2b, which says a proposal when accepted becomes a promise. When you put in proposal, I want to sell a car for 10,000 rupees and other is accepted, it becomes a promise. Thus a promise implies an accepted offer. When offer is given and it is accepted, that can be called as promise. Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Then what is a proposal then? What is a offer? Offer is when one person signifies to another his willingness to do or abstain from doing anything with a view to obtaining the assent of the other. Such act or abstinence is said to make a proposal. When one person signifies another his willingness, he expresses his willingness to others, and in view is to get his consent. You are putting some proposal to take a view from other person, from your friend. So his consent, you are waiting for the, once he gives his consent, that becomes an acceptance. Okay? Acceptance has been defined as when the person to whom the proposal is made, you are making a proposal to a person, to your friend, and you wanted to give his, take his consent. A proposal when accepted becomes a promise. When the other person, he has accepted your offer, that becomes a promise. Okay? See here one example. He lost his cell phone and announced that anybody who brought his cell phone back home would receive rupees 500 as a reward. So the person who has lost his cell phone, he made an announcement that anybody who gets my cell phone and returns me back, he will get reward of 500 rupees. And B heard the announcement and brought the cell phone back home. So B has found the cell phone, he has brought it. He is said to have accepted the proposal by doing the act required by A, and hence he can recover the reward. Here, the person A, he has not particularly asked to B. He has asked to some people, group of people who are there, he has asked, and B has heard that one. And that means he has accepted your offer. If person A, he has made an offer that he will pay 500 rupees, who brings back his cell phone, and person B, he has heard and he has performed the duty, and he brought the phone and he is liable to get 500 rupees. So that means person B, he is said to have accepted the proposal by doing the act required by A, and hence he can recover the reward. Here person A cannot say that I have not particularly asked you to get my phone, but in general he has made a proposal, and B has heard it. Yes, similarly, like I told you, it need not to necessary that conductor has to ask you or say you something where you want to travel or what. Just you have gone, you want to travel particular place, you have paid the money and you have taken the ticket. That means it has understood, implied that you have accepted the offer of the terms and conditions. Is it clear what is promise?
Yes, sir.
If any doubt, you can interrupt me and you can ask.
Sir, I want to confirm one thing. A proposal can be from both ways, right? If it is the vendor or the consumer also, depending on the demand.
Yeah, proposal can be both way. So both way means that is a set of proposal. If you are making a proposal to your friend and he is accepting it, that becomes one proposal. And
Okay.
if he says something, he make a proposal to you, and you are accepting it, that is another set of proposal and accepted. That's an agreement. There are two set. It's a set of agreement.
Understood. Thank you.
If you say that I want to sell my car for 10,000 rupee today itself. So if person B accepts it, and you are promised to give him car back today itself, then it is a both the parties have accepted. If person B he says that no, I am not ready to take today, I am ready to, that means that proposal is contradictory. It has not been accepted, and again it has to be other proposal has to be made to you. Says that yes, now itself I want to take the car. If you are accepting yes, now itself I am going to give you, then the earlier proposal is cancelled, and this proposal will be both the parties have accepted. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Yeah. Now we have understood what is a contract, what is an agreement, what is a promise, what is a proposal. Then who is a promiser? Promise and promisee. Promiser is a person who makes the promise is called the promiser or offerer, and the person to whom the proposal is made known as promisee or offeree. You are promising or offering some proposal to your friend, and you are the promiser and your friend is the promisee, or you are the offerer, your friend is the offeree. So in case an agreement is set of promises, then a person becomes a promiser and promisee. As you said that there can be set of proposal, both the parties. So if you are proposing to your friend, you are a promiser, your friend is promisee. And if your friend is proposing something, then in that case your friend is promiser, you are promisee. So in this case, you are promiser and promisee, your friend is also promiser and promisee. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thus, if there is an offer, acceptance, and consensus between the parties, there is an agreement. If there is an offer, if there is an acceptance, if your consensus, both the parties are consented on the same thing, same mind, then it become an agreement. However, agreement does not become a contract unless there is a corresponding obligation. There is enforceable by law. So you have completed everything, but which is not accepted by law, then cannot be a contract. Agreement is okay, agreement is valid. All contract is an agreement, but all agreement cannot be a contract. There is a statement, subject exam, question may come, or short question, multiple choice question may come. All agreements are contract, right or wrong?
Yes.
Tell me, all the agreements are contract, right or wrong?
No.
Yes.
No.
Not necessary.
No.
No. Somebody says yes.
No, sir.
No, no, no.
No.
Yeah, you can justify why
No,
yes,
sir.
why no.
Uh,
All agreements are contract, right or wrong? Tell me quickly. All agreements are contract, right or wrong?
wrong because there is no wrong, legal. wrong.
Sir.
All
Wrong.
agreements cannot be contract until unless it
So
is
contracts are agreement.
enforceable by law.
No,
So you
sir.
are making a contract, illegal contract. That cannot be illegal agreement. That cannot be a contract. You asked to somebody is asked to get a smuggled gold for 10,000 rupees. It's not an agreement. It's
Satya,
cannot be
please mute. Satya, please mute.
request all
No,
of you
we
please
can't
mute
hear
yourself.
you.
Okay.
Sir, voice clear ಇಲ್ಲ sir.
Satya, please mute. We can't hear.
Yeah. Is it clear? All agreement cannot be a contract, but all contracts are agreement. Is it right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Yes, all contracts
Yes,
are
yes, sir.
agreement because
Yes, sir.
once it
All
becomes
agreements are a contract.
there is an obligation enforceable by law, it becomes a contract. So all contracts can be agreement, but there has to be agreement in contract, but all agreement cannot be contract.
Sorry, sir, your voice is very low. Can you please ask to mute the
So
Satya?
we can't hear you, sir. Hello. So we can't hear you.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, now is it clear?
Your voice is breaking sometimes.
Because your mic
We
is
need
not
to mute, sir.
some interruption.
Students one by one, please one by one. Yeah.
And who is this Satya?
Sir, Satya is not muting, sir. Please mute her.
Yeah, otherwise when
So because of her, we can't hear you, sir.
yeah, okay. Just a second.
Look at all the background noise from Satya, sir.
Sadia, please mute your system, please.
I think she was
Not responding, sir.
traveling, sir.
Otherwise, mute completely. Nobody will be able to talk now.
So I think she slept.
Okay.
No, she's not left. She's in online.
Satya, please mute.
She's not responding.
Oh, I just slept.
சத்யா உங்களுடைய மைக் மியூட் பண்ணுங்க.
It is muted, I think.
Good.
Yeah.
Satya, if you can hear us, please mute your microphone.
Okay. Where we are promise. Okay. Now, what is the legal obligation? Now we understood what is a contract, what is promise, what is acceptance, offer, everything we have understood. Now, what is the legal obligation? Until unless there is legal obligation, it cannot be a contract. An agreement enforceable by law is a contract. So, what is enforceable law or what is legal obligation? Obligation is the legal duty of a person to carry out what he has promised to do or not to do. It is a legal duty of the person who has promised. He has to keep his promise. He has to, if you have promised to give your car for 1 lakh rupee to B and B has paid you 1 lakh rupee, it is your duty to give him the car. So what you have promised, you are supposed to do that. That is called as obligation. If you fail to do that, other person has the right to go to the court of law. So all agreements are contract if they are made by the free consent. Here you can see the agreement which is made by the free consent. A drunkard person, if he makes an agreement, it will not be valid because he is not in conscience of mind is not there. He doesn't understand what is right or wrong. In that case, it will not be a valid agreement. So all agreements are contract if they are made by the free consent. Later we will discuss what is free consent, which section it comes. So without any pressure, or he has to give the free consent of the parties competent to enter into a contract. Here you can see the another term is competent to enter into a contract. Suppose you are making an agreement with a minor, it will not be a valid contract because minor is not competent to enter into a contract. So there has to be free consent. There has to be, the party has to be competent to contract. And again, this is an important question: who are competent to contract? So a minor is not competent to contract for a lawful consideration and with a lawful object and not hereby expressly declared void. The thing which is not declared void by the law, court of law, which is, it is for lawful consideration, for lawful object, then only it becomes a contract. Agreements are contract if they are made by the, number one is free consent. Number two is the party should be competent to contract. Number three, There should be lawful consideration. Number 4, lawful object. Like if you are making an agreement for the object in here is not lawful. Smuggling is not legal. So in that case, it cannot be a contract. Similarly, all the components of the contract has to be present. If one is missing, that cannot be.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, your sound is breaking, sir, sometimes.
Sound is breaking.
Yes, sir.
No, sir, it's perfect.
Maybe network issue or either my side or your side. I do not know.
Yes, sir. Maybe.
Try to adjust it. Next class will
continue, sir.
Yeah. Therefore, a person becomes legally bound to do what he has promised to do. So it is the obligation of the person what he has promised. He has to fulfill his promise. If the following conditions are fulfilled, what are the conditions again? Capacity of the party. The party should be competent to contract. That there should be major person. There should not be loner. There should not be drunkard. All these persons are not competent to contract. So only those parties who are competent to enter into a contract, they can make an agreement. There has to be free consent. Absence of consent does not create a legal obligation. Suppose if you are in a point of gun, you show someone with the gun that if you are not accepting, I'll kill you. In that way, he is given consent. That is not free consent. Here, the consent is free consent is absence. In that case, it cannot be a valid contract. Lawful consideration and object. Consideration means something in return. That is quid pro quo. This is legal maxim. Quid pro quo. That means what you have promised, you have to fulfill. He promised to give his bike to B for no money. Here there is no consideration, hence no obligation. He promised, you have promised to give your bike to your friend. There is no consideration without any money or any consideration. So there is no obligation. So if there is no obligation, there is no contract. Is it clear?
Yes.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, like any advertisement, like any TV advertisement, they are just offering or promising like that if you use this cream, after 7 days you will be fair or something, anything. So is this what kind of this promising contract or agreement, or is this any legal obligation? Can we go into the court against this if this they will not fulfill after 7 days that the fairness not come on this?
Okay. Yeah, this is called a general offer. So they give it to advertisement. Definitely, it's a communication to the people. It is the mass of people. Advertisement. What is an advertisement? Advertisement is an mass communication. And what you are doing, you are communicating to the customer to buy your product. They are influencing your customer to buy your product by giving a promise. If there is a false promise, definitely customer can go to the court of law, consumer court. He can go because they have given the false promise. So there are very interesting case. English case is there. Carlyle versus Carbolic Smoke Ball Company. If time permits, later on we'll discuss. This is a very important case, and during company law, I will discuss this case also. So in that case, they have promised that if you use the smoke ball company, the tablet, there won't be any influenza. So one of the lady, Mr. Carlyle, she got caught with, she was using the smoke ball company, this tablet, she caught with an influenza. Then she claimed that I must be given the reward money. So the company declined that I have not made a proposal or promise with you, made a contract with you. I have given a general offer. The court says that if it is a general offer, if somebody has accepted it, it becomes a contract. As I told you, not necessary that you have to communicate with the individual person. The person, I gave you example, A lost his cell phone and B heard that one. And he has claimed the money. then A has the obligation to pay money to B. In this case also, if they give false promise, then you have all the right to go to the court of law. You must have seen that in toothpaste example, there won't be any germs. If you are using, germs will not harm you. Still, you can advertisement see that 1 or 2 germs will be there. They will be showing in picture. So they are escaping there from legal obligation. So if they say that within 7 days it will happen, if it is not happening, you have all the right to go to the court of law that he is giving false promise. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Now see some example of legal obligation. A promised to pay sum of money to B if B smuggles the object proposed by A. If A promised to pay some money to B, and if he says that if you smuggle the object, then in that case I will pay the money. So there is no lawful object. This object is not lawful. That so it will not be a valid contract. Is it clear? As we said that lawful object. So this object in the case is not lawful. It is smuggled, which is not legal. So it
So
is
even if that, even if an agreement is made on this part, it is not lawful.
Yeah, agreement is
between
okay,
both
but
parties.
it is not lawful. So it will not become
But
a
it's
contract
unlawful.
because it is not enforceable by law.
Yes, exactly. It's not under lawful.
You have made an agreement, but agreement is not valid. That's why it will not become a contract. If you do under this agreement, so you don't have right to go to the court of law. Clear?
Okay.
Clear, sir?
Yeah, next you can see intention to create legal relationship. It's a very interesting point. Intention to create legal relationship. Social obligation cannot bring legal relationship. For example, father promised his son to pay ₹100 per day for pocket expenses. However, later on, did not pay the said amount. Therefore, if the parties do not intended to be bound by law, then they make promise. Nothing can bind them to their promise. So now, in this case, you can see father has promised to pay ₹100 daily for his pocket expenses to his son. So later on, father failed to do that. Can son go to the court of law to claim that ₹100 money per day?
No. No.
Why? Why?
Because that is a
Because
relationship between them.
yeah, there is no intention to create legal relationship. They have social relationship. They never intended that if I don't pay, my son will go to the court of law. So there is no intention.
That's social obligation.
Intention is
Even if the
yes.
son is adult, sir?
Even the son is adult.
There also.
Adult only, minor son, there won't be any valid one. Even son is adult, if you have promised something, but it is for the social relationship. You never intended that it would be a legal relationship. In case of legal relationship, if father make a promise in a court of law, court paper or this bond paper he has signed, in that case he will be son can go to the court of law because father has the intention to create a legal relationship. That's what he has made in the bond paper and got it signed. So in that case, son can go. But if he has promised to his son with social relationship, son cannot go.
Social relationship. Yes, yes.
Okay, next is possibility of performance. Next important point is possibility of performance. Example, A promise B that she would make the sun rises in the west. Is it possible? If B pays him ₹1 lakh and B agreed to it, this agreement does not create any legal obligation and it would not be enforceable by law because rising from the west is not possible. So possibility of performance is not there. So in that case, it will not be legally obligation will not be legal obligation is not there. So it cannot be a contract. Meaning should be certain. Like A agrees to sell his B's horse. There is nothing whatever show which horse is intended. As I gave you the example of car, which car he wanted to sell. Until there is clarity, so that cannot be accepted. The agreement is void for uncertainty, because which horse he is going to sell. He has not told that, so I am going to sell my white horse, black horse, or particular horse. Next is legal formalities. If required, an agreement to make a gift to a natural love and affection should not only be in writing but registered also. As you told that, one of you asked that even though his son is major, so if you want to make legal relationship, in that case you need to write a paper. If you want to give to your son some property or something, in that case you need to write in a court paper, and it has to be, agreement has to be signed, and there should be a written agreement. Okay, then only it will be a legal obligation. In that case, son can go to the court of law. Agreement not declared void. What is the agreement not declared void? Indian contract has specifically declared some agreement to be not enforceable by law. For example, agreement in restraint to trade.
Srikanth, please mute your.
Agreement restraint to marriage, waiving agreement. Any law of a contract is not the whole law of agreement. It is the law of those agreements which create obligation. So, which is declared by the court of law invalid or illegal. So, that kind of agreement you cannot make. So, these are the small components. If one thing is missing, that cannot be a valid contract.
Sir, can you explain, re-explain the last point, please?
Agreement not declared void. So you can see that in Indian Contract Act, there is specifically declared some agreement to be not enforceable by law. For example, suppose liquor is banned somewhere. Some of the state government has banned the selling liquor. For that, if you are, that is declare void, or which is government has declared something, some particular thing is not to be done. So if you are making such kind of agreement, it will not be a valid. Is it clear? Not?
Maybe a different example, sir. Actually, not clear. I'm sorry.
Yeah, here you can see one example. See, for example, agreement in restraint of trade. Some trade which are restrained, which are not supposed to be done. For example, that's what I told you. The liquor is banned in some of the state. So that kind of business you cannot do. If you are making an agreement during that period, that will not be valid.
Okay, understood.
So, or some example, for example, like Kashmir, some lamb hairs are being used for the making shawls, and government has declared it is illegal. Making lamb hairs shawl is illegal, and if you are making such kind of agreement, it will be not be valid. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Noted.
Yes, sir. Got it, sir.
So I think now the other class is there. We'll continue after 1 o'clock. We'll 1 second. I will come back. We'll continue. Okay.
Sure, sir. Okay.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
We'll stop it right now. So we'll continue after 1 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Now what time?
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. 1 second. We'll continue 1 o'clock. 1 to 2. We'll have another class. Okay. Now I think you have.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Share the number, please, for WhatsApp.
Sure. Next class will be.
What about the WhatsApp group?
Can you please share the number again?
Your number. Can you please share on the chat, sir?
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm sharing the number. Huh?
Can you please tell me number?
சார் சொல்லுங்க சார் நம்பர்.
Mohammed Fazil is sharing number. Please wait.
QR code scan பண்ணுங்க. QR code.
Hello, everybody join to this QR code. It would be easy for us. Take screenshot of it.
Nachal ma'am.
QR code se.
Wait, I'm sharing number. Huh?
I'll recite the number. 95.
1 second.
95147 2897.
Yeah, I'm sharing the number and the link to join the group.
What is it? 28?
28976.
What is your name, ma'am? 95147.
Fazil.
976 ma'am.
976.
Okay ma'am.
I think this is better, the WhatsApp group link.
Yeah, it's the link to the WhatsApp group.
Ma'am, can you please repeat your number again, please?
Nine 5 1 4
Okay.
7 2
Okay.
8 9
Okay.
7 6. His name is Fazil.
8976.
8976. Yes.
What's the good name?
Fazil.
Hello, am I audible?
You need to accept all of us into the group.
Yeah, I'm accepting.
Hello, am I audible? Please confirm.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, you are audible.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to confirm that I have basically scanned that link, and now a message is showing that where my request has been sent, but somebody has to accept it.
Yeah, I'm approving all the requests.
Okay, thank you so much. And can you please also guide us and share, like the classes will be on every weekends from 9 to 2, and if a subject by schedule may be provided, it will be great for us to get the details.
Hi, is anyone for, MBA hospital management?
This is for HRM, Human Resource Management.
I think this is for
Actually, this is for all
MBA.
MBA. This is for all MBA. First time. So yes, this is
Is
common.
anyone from operation and supply chain management?
Excuse me.
No,
Yes,
it's
from operations.
common.
Yes.
Hello.
Anyone from
Hello, is anyone from marketing?
Excuse me.
I'm
From second year only, we will be alone. From second year only, we will be taught alone.
Now it is all the classes together, is it?
Yes, all the classes together. So from second year onwards, it will be separated.
Anyone from hospital management?
Yeah.
Hi.
Admin on
audible.
WhatsApp group, kindly accept my request.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Can you explain it?
Can you share the WhatsApp group on the messages in the Teams?
I'm sharing again.
Hello.
Yeah,
I'm audible. I have shared my number to you in your WhatsApp.
Anyone can explain it is examination online or offline, this PUMBA?
They will be center for you. You'll get centers for exam.
Am I audible to all of you? I think
Yes, you're audible. You're audible.
Yeah. We have the next question, I think, no? So people do work after a bit of
time I'll start my session. I think people are busy in adding some numbers, creating some groups. I do understand. But since we are running out of time, I'd like to start my session.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Fasil will be the admin.
Sir, I think you can start the session so we can continue this group afterwards.
So it's better you people keep yourself in mute. In case of any queries, you can unmute and ask your questions or queries. Mr. Srikanta. Yeah, Ashok again. People like, do please mute yourself. Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, I'll be handling research methodology for you people. I'm not sure how many of you are from statistics or mathematics background and how many of you are not familiar with numbers or anything. So let me put it this way. This paper is a bit
Totally from different background.
Okay. So people do not worry about anything.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Students.
Yes.
Yes, students, can you please mute your mic and allow the faculty to handle class?
Ma'am, I think they are done. I'm starting my class.
Somebody else is talking, I think.
Oh.
Harmugilan, it is not disturbance for you?
No, ma'am. Everything is fine. Everybody has muted, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll take care, ma'am.
Okay, thank you all.
Okay. So coming back to the class, people who do not have any mathematics or statistics background, please do not worry about anything. This paper is a very simple paper. Forget about the numbers of problems. Apart from the numbers of problems, you have so much of theoretical part to concentrate on. Okay. Try to stick on to the basics. Try to learn some basic concepts regarding to research and research problems and all the stuffs. So people kindly mute yourself, man. You cannot say that repeatedly, no?
Sir, I request if you may kindly repeat the name of the subject once again, please.
Research methodology. I'll share my screen in a few seconds, no problem. Don't worry. I have my PPTs, don't worry.
Subject?
I'm handling research methodology, ma'am.
Today you don't have, na? See the timetable.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll share my PPTs, don't worry. After the start intro, I'll share my PPTs.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Karthik, can you mute your mic?
Okay.
Karthik, can you mute your mic?
I call them by name.
Sir, mute him for us.
Okay. I find so many things there. Okay. So coming back to the subject, so you have so many theoretical backgrounds to concentrate in this subject. You have some basic concepts about research. If you are familiar with those concepts and if you are able to cope up with those theoretical part, it's very easy to clear this subject. So do not worry about passing the subject. Obviously, in distance education, you are going to write your exams. Anyhow, you are going to study something, write something, you are going to get clear. But apart from that, if you are really interested in learning something, This subject is really serious on the course. So
Sir,
like,
can you mute him for? Sir, can you mute him, Karthi?
yeah, I'm searching for those people. There are so many people, around 200 people. I'm searching one by one.
What is the subject, sir?
Research methodology. I will try to. I think my screen is visible to all of you, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll be having research methodology for this semester. So, before going to the subject directly, I would like to hear a few words from you people. Do you have any idea about what is the research, basically? Where do you come across this term called research, and any basic idea about what is the research?
Sir, research means searching in for something.
Some knowledge.
Searching for something new that we need to find out.
Okay.
It leads to develop new things.
Identify something.
Analyzing some requirement
Study
and
something
looking into ways
details,
on how we can
detailed.
do it.
Research means
Analyze one thing on different angle.
Innovative.
Searching for knowledge.
Sir, deeply getting knowledge of that particular thing.
Taking time and figuring out something.
Okay. So, you have various dimensions within someone. So, let's how the subjective approach towards research. I think I got most of the answers right from your point of view itself. What you people were trying to say was absolutely right, and most people were correct also. See, research is nothing but search for knowledge, and it's a scientific and systematic search for information and art of scientific investigation. This is how a research evolves. So when it comes to research always has various dimensions with regard to the approach. Okay, we have some holistic approaches, we have historic researches, psychological approaches, we have some numerical quantifiable research approaches, okay, scientific research approaches, many classifications. And again, research depends on the person's perspective as well as the necessity or the need for the study. Okay, so unless and until I'm interested in gathering information, I'm interested in analyzing a particular theme or a subject or a concept, I'm not very clear about what kind of research I'm going to conduct. Okay, so there are so many number of researches carried out throughout the world. So you people are very well aware of about so many new innovations, thought processes, concepts, technologies, so many things, no? Right from small products to very big concepts, and all those things are a part of evolution of this research, right? So what does this research do to individuals or us? This research is basically trying to enhance the concepts. This research is basically trying to improve the subjects which are already in existence. Okay, say for example, if we are conducting a research in a market, so that market research would be a part of extensive study of what is pertaining in today's scenario. Say for example, let's take electric vehicles or any other products or any other, say like any common materials which are prevalent, products which are prevalent in the market. So an R&D activity, say for example, is carried out on a product which is focusing on enhancement and the further improvement of the product itself. As I said, even products like electronic devices or automobile industry, any small sector, FMCG products itself, anything. Okay, an R&D activity always happens as an enhancement towards the existing one. Okay. Say, for example, in today's scenario, can you people tell me any new vehicle launches? I think you people are very much aware of about prevailing scooters and this automobile markets, right? I hope all of you are watching IPL also, right? Not wrong. There is an advertisement recently in IPLs from Yamaha. Yamaha scooters. Can you guess the brand? Sorry, the product name from Yamaha. Any guess? Very frequently they are giving ad in between IPL.
So there's a new scooty, sir. Aerox, I guess.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Right. Aerox actually very good. Aerox is already present in the market, right? If I'm not wrong, Aerox is already available in the market. What specifications they have added to the motorcycle? Scooter presently. Focusing, they'll be selling it, telling that specifications specifically in the advertisement. Could you guess that? Any guesses?
Keyless.
Sir, it has a smart key, which I have seen in the advertisement.
Very good, very good, very good. I think you people nailed it. Yeah, very good, nice. So it has a smart key. It's something like a keyless entry for a car. No, so similar concept has been followed in the scooter segment also. So why I wanted to convey this information is like, as you could understand, this is just an enhancement to the existing product. Already there was a scooter. It has all the functioning parts. In addition to that functional parts, they are adding some external features or some additional features. So these kind of happenings occur only there is a research. If only there is a research or R&D carried out. Okay. So let's see some definitions for research. The manipulation of things, concepts, or symbols for the purpose of generalizing to extend, correct, or verify knowledge, whether that the knowledge aids the construction of the theory or in practice of an art. This is one definition, and the second one says that defining and redefining problems, formulating hypotheses or suggested solutions, collecting, organizing, and evaluating data, making deductions and reaching conclusions, and finally, carefully testing the conclusions to determine whether they fit the formulated hypothesis. Okay. So these are some two basic definitions. There are so many number of definitions for research. This is for theoretical part. Okay. This is for just knowledge. Sir. So you find something called hypothesis in the. Find something called hypothesis in this research, no? Okay. We'll come to this hypothesis in the later segment of this class. Okay. Hypothesis pertains to the person who is going to conduct the research. Okay. Keep this in mind. Kindly.
Ma'am, please. Can you please mute?
Others are requested to kindly mute off their mic.
Ma'am, can you please mute this?
He's out of the
Ashok Kumar, please mute.
Just a minute, I'll try to.
Ashok Kumar Mondal, please mute.
I think it's fine now, no? Okay.
Hello.
Well, it's that man.
Miss Nivedita, can you please mute yourself, please? Miss Nivedita?
Please,
Sir, madam ku call பண்ணுங்க sir.
ଗୋଟେ ମିନିଟ୍ ମୋ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଲାଗି ଫୋନ୍ ଆସିଲାନି। Hello, Karmugilan. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm audible, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir.
As you can see in the screen, research is an original addition to the available knowledge which contributes to the further advancement. It's an attempt to pursue truth.
So your screen is not visible, sir. Sorry.
For everybody?
Your screen is like blank
Yes,
screen.
sir.
Can you please reshare it?
Just a minute.
It's not visible.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Is it fine now?
No, sir.
No, sir. It's only black.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now it's all right, sir. Sure. So, research is the search for knowledge using objective and systematic methods to find a solution to the problem. Okay. So, I think we have discussed something about what is a research. Now, let's move on to the objectives of research. So, why this research is basically conducted? Like to gain familiarity with new insights into a phenomenon, to accurately portray the characteristics of a particular individual group or situation, to analyze the frequency with which something occurs, and to examine the hypothesis of a causal relationship between two variables. Okay, we call it as hypothesis testing in research studies. Okay, so I'll come to this hypothesis testing in the last part. Okay. Now kindly listen to this concept of research methods versus methodology. Okay, what are research methods and what is a research methodology? These are two basic concepts, okay, appearing to be similar to each other, but when you look into them very keenly, you can find out that these are two different concepts. Not like different, they are in different dimensions actually. Okay, research methods are nothing but they include all those techniques, methods that are adopted for conducting a research. Thus, research techniques or methods are the methods that the researchers adopt for conducting the research studies. Okay. So, for example, let's take research like we are going to do a social study or a social survey research. Say, let's take this election also. So, we are trying to predict the election results. So, usually people do that. No, many TV channels do that. They take a survey among people. They try to predict the election results earlier. Okay. They try to make a survey of it. Okay, in that case, these research methods differ. Okay, so whereas in let's take an research for development of a new medicine or development of a new chemical formulation, all those stuff. That is entirely a different kind of research. So the kind of method you're going to adapt to carry out your research is called research methodology and research methods. And research methodology is nothing but it is the way in which the research problems are solved systematically. It is a science of studying how research is conducted scientifically. Okay, under it, the researcher acquaints himself herself with the various steps generally adopted to study a research problem, along with the underlying logic behind them. Okay, research methodology is nothing but the sequence of how you carry out your research. Okay, starting from identifying your problem, how to find different methods of approaching the problem, how extensively do you find so many solutions for a problem, and how do you pick up an optimum solution for that problem. Okay, and what logic you are going to apply for these practical say what do you call sequences. So all this comes under research methodology. Okay, research method is how you are going to on what technique you are going to carry out your research. Okay, research methodology is the process. Okay, research methodology is nothing but the process of how you are going to carry out the research, right? Okay, so now coming to research approaches. So there are two basic kinds of research approaches. One is your quantitative approach and the other one is your qualitative approach. So coming to this quantitative and qualitative, can any one of you say what is the meaning of quantitative or quantifiable?
Measurable.
One which is tangible.
Okay.
It is basically based upon the statics and the data is available with respect to the item or the component for which research has to be conducted.
A bit complicated answer.
Quantitative is related to numbers and qualitative is relative to the attributes and the qualities.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Hi, I'm audible?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so quantitative is the, it's a fixed and a data driven. So whereas qualitative is the subjective, you can say a unique one.
Okay. So coming to quantifiable, what are the units we call it as quantifiable? So let it make it very simple. Whichever has a scale of measurement, okay, whichever is quantifiable means whichever can be measured in a particular scale. Say, for example, in length, in weight, in height, any dimension. It can be any of your dimensions, but it should be measurable. It must be having a valid scale of measurement. Okay. So if you're trying to value that particular attribute or a variable, it must be measurable. Okay. That you call it as quantitative. Whichever has a scale of measurement, you call it as a quantitative one. It must be having a particular value. Okay. So here in quantitative approach, it involves the collection of quantitative data which are put into rigorous quantitative analysis in a formal and rigid manner. Okay, there are so many methods or so many data analysis techniques which are used to analyze this quantitative data. Okay, so for example, to put it very simple, starting from the layman's side of point of view, or any very basic method of taking this quantitative data approach. Assume that we all study in a classroom, right? If I'm trying to calculate the average height of people, very basic, like a 10th standard mathematics class, no? I'm trying to calculate the height of people in this class. I'm trying to calculate the maximum and minimum heights of people. I'm trying to calculate the average height of people in this classroom. I'm trying to calculate the average marks of the people in this classroom. Okay, these are all some examples of quantitative approaches, where I'm going to collect numbers, okay, height in the sense of feet or meters or anything, centimeters, anywhere. Okay, again, mass, okay, in numbers, I'm going to calculate the highest, lowest, optimum, mean value. Okay, these are all quantitative approaches, some basic examples of quantitative approaches. Say, quantitative data is nothing but the data which I'm going to collect from the people of the classroom. Say, for example, if there are 50 people in the classroom, I'm going to collect all the 50 people's marks or height or whatever. Okay, if I'm going to calculate the height of the people, I'm going to collect all the 50 people's heights. I'm going to put them in a data sheet.
Sir, we understood quantitative approach. Please proceed with qualitative approach.
Okay. So like coming to the next one, qualitative approach. Qualitative approach is a method of subjective assessment of opinions, behaviors, and attitudes. So coming to qualitative approaches, can somebody give me an example of qualitative data analysis or a qualitative data? Can you give me any example of a qualitative data?
If there were a group of people in a room, qualitative data describe how they feel, how they look like.
So let's put it in a very simple manner. I think we people have the habit of using Amazon or Flipkart or any online stores, any Ola or Uber or anything, online apps or anything. Whenever you finish using the app, okay, when you're doing a purchase or when you're completing your travel or anything, or your booking or anything, you find something called rating, no? Usually it will be a 5-star rating, starting from 0 to 5 or 1 to 5, anywhere somewhere, no? So in that you do not find any numbers. So basically what do you find there? You basically find very poor to very good, no? Very poor, average, good, very good. Okay. So these are something like qualitative. So where the numbers are not a major part, you have your other attributes like you have some other mode of interest in your study. Okay, you do not focus on numbers in your study. You are interested in some other qualitative part in your approach. Okay, so discussing the coming parts, we'll discuss that in detail. Now try to focus on the next one. We'll discuss what is the basic types of researches. The first one is descriptive versus analytical. Second one is applied versus fundamental. The third one is quantitative versus qualitative. Next one is conceptual versus empirical. And the last one is other types of research such as historical, purposive, philosophical, and so on. Okay. So these are some basic types of researches. And again, this is also like so many stories. Yeah. I'll move on to the next part, like what are the basic qualities of a researcher? Okay. A researcher is a person who is going to conduct the research. Usually, the researcher is a single person. In some cases, if the projects are expensive, government tries to appoint some other research assistants or associates to the researcher. Okay. So, it is expected that all of these people should carry some common attributes or characteristics. Okay. So, what are the qualities of a researcher? The nature of a researcher must be the temperament that vibrates in unison with the theme of which he is researching. It is nothing but the researchers must possess a knowledge or an basic intuition and interest about the theme which is going to conduct a research. The second is like a researcher must possess an alert mind. And the last one is scientific inquiry is preeminently an intellectual effort. It requires the moral quality of courage, which reflects the courage of a steadfast endurance. Okay. So these are basically like the qualities of a researcher. So here comes the most important part, like how you are going to conduct your research. This is your research process. It involves some 11 steps. Okay. The first one is like formulating the research problem. So it need not be necessarily a problem directly. It may be an insightful thought also. Okay. It is not necessary that always research should be having a problem. It may be a new thoughtful or insightful process also. Okay. First, you find out what is your research problem. Then you have an extensive literature survey. I think you people are aware of about what is in literature survey, right? Any idea about what is the literature survey?
Pardon, sir? Cannot hear you.
And the second one, literature survey. Sorry.
Review of the current literature available on that subject.
Okay. Any other answers? Any other ideas?
No, sir.
So literature survey is nothing but you're going to study the past regarding the topic what you're going to conduct your research now. Okay, say for example, if you are doing something about, say like take electoral research itself. Say if you are doing, if you are trying to make an electoral research, survey, what you try to do is you try to study the previous surveys conducted. Okay, say for example, for the last 5 elections or the last 10 elections, what you try to do is you try to collect all the data and how they have conducted the survey, what are the kind of people they have met during the survey, what are the methods they have used to conduct their data, all those previous analysis. No? So basically what is a literature is nothing but, literature survey is nothing but you're trying to collect the previous or the past information regarding the subject or area of your research. Okay, it may be any kind of an area of study. Okay, if you are going to study about patients, if you are going to study something about medical, you are trying to look into the past. Okay, for the past 5 years or 10 years or past 15 years, it is up to you. It is up to the researcher for how extensive you are going to conduct your literature survey. It is nothing but the past, right? So developing the hypothesis is your third step. Okay, let's start discussing about this hypothesis. Hypothesis is nothing but an assumption or a statement. Okay, it is just like an carryover of your problem. Okay, hypothesis is always a statement of approach. It is always of dual characters. Basically, we call them as null and alternative hypothesis. Okay, hypothesis makes the researcher to work on his research problem very clearly. Okay, so the third thing, you develop an hypothesis. Fourth thing is you're preparing the research design. I said already what is the research design. And the fifth one is determining sample design. So now coming to sampling. Let me put a few words in sampling. So you all know what is a sample, no? If I say a sample, you could understand what is a sample, right?
Yes.
I think, okay. Sample design is nothing but how you are going to select your samples. There are so many techniques or methods of selecting sample. You have your probability techniques, you have non-probability techniques. Okay, it depends upon the population on which you are going to conduct your research. Okay, if you have an infinite population, you have a different set of approach. If you have a finite population, you have a different set of approach. Okay, there are so many statistical methods of how you select a sample. Okay, this is the fifth part, determining the sample design. Sixth one is collecting your data. Seventh one is execution of the project. Eighth one is analysis of data. Again, analysis of data involves so many techniques. There are so many tools and so many techniques. It also depends on the nature of the study and the subject, on what kind of analysis you are going to carry out, what kind of tool you are going to use. Okay. And the next one is hypothesis testing. Hypothesis testing is your ninth step. That ninth step is directly related to your third step, where you're developing your hypothesis. Okay, I hope you could understand the link between these two. Okay, when you have a research problem, you try to define the problem, you try to make a hypothesis on the problem. Okay, so once you have clearly defined the problem, you find various steps to approach to the problem, and at last you try to test the hypothesis. Okay, hypothesis test. Let's take an example of like, again, I'll put in a very simple example of people into a classroom. Okay, so there are two different groups of people. Okay, I try to compare the results of two different kinds of people. Say, let's take two classrooms, class A and class B. So I give a statement, hypothesis, or a statement like class A students are better than class B students. Okay, this is my problem, or this is my statement, or my hypothesis. Okay, what I do is I conduct my study, I do all my researches, I find out all the data, I collect all the data, I come to a conclusion. After getting my actual results, I try to compare my results with my hypothesis. Okay, whether my hypothesis is true or false. Okay, do you understand my point? This is hypothesis testing. And the last one is generalization and interpretation of your results, and preparation of report or presentation of the results. Okay, this is a very simple process. This is your basic research process. The next one is your research design. Okay, research design is an arrangement of conditions for collection and analysis of data in a manner that aims to combine relevance to the research purpose with the economic procedure. Research design is a conceptual structure within which research is conducted. It constitutes the blueprint for the collection, measurement, analysis of data. Thus, research design provides an outline of what the research is going to do in terms of framing the hypothesis, its operational implications, and the final data analysis. Okay. Right. Research design is nothing but how we are going to carry out your research process. Okay. It's just like in blueprint. So where are the key areas, or where are the major areas where this research design is going to have an impact? Okay. The nature of the study, purpose of the study, the location where the study to be conducted, nature of the data required, from where the required data can be collected, what time period the study could cover, the type of sample design that could be used, the techniques of data collection, the method of data analysis, and the manner in which the report is to be prepared. All these areas are going to be impacted in your research design. Okay, your research design is nothing but a simple layout or a blueprint of how you are going to carry out the research. That's it. That's very simple. Okay, again the same. We'll come on to the next one. Okay, these are some of the basic concepts relating to your research design. Okay, right. So coming to the concepts relating to your research design, here are some 10 basic concepts. Okay, these 10 basic concepts are different from each other. Do not make them as a sequence, or do not study them in an order. Okay, these are different attributes. Like, okay, the first one is your dependent and independent variables. Okay, can somebody tell me what is a variable?
If we are given a value, so like x equals to 5 or y equals to 10.
Different values of different.
Any other idea? Any other? Say, for example, if I'm conducting a research on any market surveys. Okay, consumer interested towards a particular product. Okay, consumer behavior towards a particular product, or consumer intention on buying a particular product, anything like that. What could be my variable?
So previous sales or previous year's data of the market.
Okay. So I'm asking about consumer intention. No?
Brand. Same product but different brand.
No. Okay. So like let's put it in a very simple thing. A variable is nothing
variable
but
depends on situation.
Yeah. Come again?
It is variable depends on situation.
Situation. Can you further put it in a very structured format? You're a bit close, but can you put it in a structured format?
Any value that can change.
Yeah. Very simple. It's as simple as such. If you have a magnitude attribute which is intending to change, it is called a variable. Okay. Whenever you conduct a study, we try to measure these variables. Okay, as I said, you consumers' intention on purchasing a product. Okay, here consumers' intention is a variable, purchase of a product is variable. Okay, so what are the factors that are going to impact the consumer's purchase? Let's say an example of buying anything, any soap or anything. Okay, I'm giving an example of any one product, right? Okay, let's take soap. What are the factors which you consider while buying a soap or any eatables or any FMCG products? So let's take any Coke or anything. What would be the first thing you consider? First, you'll be trying to look quantity, quality,
Requirement.
price,
My requirement.
availability,
Expiry date.
Shelf life.
Okay. So whatever you said, yeah.
Comparison with others.
Okay, okay, any additional features or something. Okay, whatever you said now are like variables which influence your purchase during your selection of your product. Okay, am I right? So while purchasing a product, all these parameters come into your mind. Okay, all these parameters put together influence the purchase of your product. Okay. These parameters directly influence the purchase of product, right? So there are two basic concepts here. You have two basic variables. One is your independent variable and another one is your dependent variables. The variables which are intended to change with external influence, we call them as dependent variables. Okay. The variables which do not intend to change with external influences, okay, they are called independent variables. Let's say, so you people collectively say, gave me some attributes of how you're going to make a purchase, on what parameters you're going to make a purchase. Am I right? Okay. I am making a survey on you people. Okay. These are the parameters people consider while purchasing a product. I also add an additional parameter, like additional variable, like your age. Okay. You people are from different age groups. Okay. So what are the people of different age groups looking into what kind of a parameters and what kind of parameters influence their purchase? Okay. So all the age groups do not have the same kind of intention of purchasing a product. Okay. Here, why I'm adding this age group is like, age group is an independent variable. Am I clear? It cannot be influenced by any other external factor. Am I clear? So like age is an independent variable, whereas your purchase intention is influenced by so many other dependent variables. Say whatever you said, your price, your availability of product, appearance of the product, expiry date of the product, quantity of the product, quality of the product. All these are dependent variables. They tend to change. Okay, whereas your age is a independent variable. It does not change with any other external influence. Okay, am I clear? So again, coming to other category of this dependent and independent variables, you have something called continuous variables and discrete variables. Okay, what are continuous variables and discrete variables? Continuous variables are nothing but variables which have measurable quantities and which have decimal values also. Say for example, the previous one which I said, I'm measuring the height of students in a classroom. Okay, if I'm saying the average height is 5.7 feet, okay, that 0.7 feet makes some sense. Am I right? Yes, sir. In the same case, if I'm measuring the gender of people or number of male and female in a classroom, if I'm saying that there are 4.7 male in this classroom, does it make any sense? No. Absolutely no. Right. So wherever the continuous numbers or the decimal values make some sense or hold some value, those kind of variables are called continuous variables. So wherever the variables are whole numbers, the decimals do not make any sense, those kind of variables are called discrete variables. I hope you're clear, right? So the next one is extraneous variable. Extraneous variables are nothing but additional variables which influence the direct variables. Okay, dependent and independent variables. In those dependent variables, some additional external variables also influence the dependent variables. Those kind of external variables are called extraneous variables. Okay. Say for example, in the purchase of your product itself. So you have an intention of buying a product. Okay. All of a sudden, your friend will be along with you. He will be saying, "This is not good. I've already tried it once." Okay. Don't buy this again. This is not a good product. So he becomes an extraneous variable. Okay, you have an intention, you have a thoughtful process, you have so many variables of account. Okay, you have an intention to buy a product. Apart from that, you have some external influence also. Or you might have read something in a newspaper or something. Okay, these become the external variable. They influence your intention. Okay. Right. So the next one is control. Control is nothing but how your external variables, extraneous variables influence is going to be controlled in your research. Okay, you have some external variables, they influence on your research, but you are trying to control the influence of these external variables. So let's keep it very simple. You have an idea of buying a product. Your friend is giving a suggestion, but to take the suggestion or to leave the suggestion is up to you, right? Or to what extent to carry the suggestion is up to you. Okay, that is called control. The next one is confound relationship. Okay. Confound relationship is nothing but the relationship between your dependent and your independent variable is called confound relationship. As I said, age is a parameter, right? Younger people like a product, older people dislike the same product. Okay, this is like a kind of a relationship. The relationship between your dependent and independent variables are called confounded relationships. Okay, I have said something about research hypothesis earlier itself. Next we come on experimental and non-experimental hypothesis testing research. Okay. The time? No. Experimental research hypothesis testing is like you are trying to find a new concept. Okay. Non-experimental is like you are trying to find out the existing concepts itself. You are trying to improvise the existing concepts. The next one is experimental and control groups. So again, in experimental control groups, the people whom we are going to select for research, say for example, if I am going to select some 10 people for survey, okay, those people I am going to divide into two halves, like 5 and 5 people. Say like divide them into two groups, A and B, and then try to find an opinion of a product or any kind of research I'm going to carry between these two groups. They became my experimental groups. Okay. They further become your treatments and experiments, and then further call them as experimental units. Okay. So these treatments are basically different for different kinds of people and different kind of research scenarios. Okay. So do not get too much into that. Just to get an outline of what are these about. Okay. These treatments, experiments, experimental units are nowhere going to influence or nowhere going to be impacted in the subject. Okay. This is just for knowledge sake. Okay. You just keep an eye on dependent and independent variables, extraneous variable, control, conformed relationship, research hypothesis. Till the 5th point, you must be very clear. Okay. The other 5 points are just for your additional information purpose, right? Right. So the next point is about types of research design. The first one is exploratory research design. Second one is descriptive and diagnostic research design. And the last one is hypothesis testing research design. You have discussed so many. Okay. The next part is case study research. I hope all of you know about what is a case study, right? Can somebody say any interesting case in the recent times? Any interesting case studies in the recent times?
Case study is approach.
Any insightful or any interesting case studies in companies in the recent times?
In hospital patients case study, I am a nutritionist.
Oh, okay.
Like development of COVID vaccine, when we had a COVID, and then the vaccine was developed, and then another study was done, and then another vaccine was developed. And
so studying about that, okay. Any other reason? People, anybody from company sides? Companies? Industrial sectors, people from industrial sectors kindly contribute any case studies, recent case studies. Any at least prevailing case studies in India, at least any familiar cases. Do not bother about the time frame, older, newer, any cases, any kind of cases. Okay, since we people are into MBA, case study has more value. Okay. I think, okay. Tell me which is the topmost institution in the world for pursuing MBA? Throughout the world, I'm asking.
The Harvard University?
Oxford, sir. Harvard and Oxford.
Somebody said it. Somebody said it like Harvard.
Harvard or Oxford?
Harvard. Yeah. Okay. We are all familiar with IIMs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we are all familiar with IIMs. So our Indian IIMs are paying a huge amount of money to the Harvard University to access their cases. Okay. Every year they are having this habit of renewing this payment also. Okay, I have a friend in IIM. He gave me this information. So like they pay a huge sum of money to this Harvard University to access the cases and make their students, IIM students, familiar about the cases. Okay. So why I'm saying this is case studies have a very huge value in particularly in the industrial sector. That's why I was asking industrial people to answer for this question. Okay. Cases are nothing but problems that arise in the real time. Okay. And how an industry is approaching that problem and how it has found a solution to that problem. Okay. We people try to study that whole scenario. That becomes a case study for our case. Okay. Say, for example, let me say a very familiar case. Maggie's issue relating quality, Nestle. I hope you people are aware of that, no? And
Yes.
again, once Cadbury also faced the same issue. Cadbury also had an issue of some worms or something inside their products, and it was filed against the case in the court also. Right?
Yes.
So these are some of the cases and how the company has taken up the case, what kind of approaches they have solved the cases, whether it was successful or not successful. So we people study those kind of cases. Okay, that we called as case study research. Okay, the method of exploring and analyzing the life or functional of social or economic units such as person, a family, a community, or an institution, a firm, or an industry is called as case study method. The objective of a case study method is to examine the factors that cause the behavioral patterns of a given unit and its relationship with the environment. The data for the study are always gathered with the purpose of tracing the natural history of a social or economic unit and its relationship with the social or economic factors besides the forces involved in the environment. Okay. So this is about case study research. Hypothesis, I said, like we have discussed quite few earlier. Right. It's already time. I'll wind up now. I'll discuss this hypothesis, the null hypothesis, alternate hypothesis, all those in the coming classes. Okay. So since it's an introduction class, do not get confused too much. Just go through about all these things. Everything, whatever I said in this PPT is in your textbooks. I hope all of you have your textbooks, right?
Yes, sir.
You have your PDF copy of your textbooks, right? So this is unit
Some
1.
of them didn't receive.
Yeah, come on.
Some of them didn't receive.
I think you have your soft copies, right?
Not received, sir.
Okay, PDF you get it in online website itself. Why you bother about them? You just go and download yourself.
Okay.
Okay, you find it in online itself, website itself. Okay, these are from your first unit. Just give a glance of them before coming to the next class. Okay, you will get a basic idea about what we are discussing today. Okay, in case of any doubts, you can ask me in the next class also.
Okay, thank you.
So what is the tentative date for first semester examinations?
Excuse me?
So what is the tentative date for first semester examinations?
No, I do not have any idea. Just ask the office people. I don't have any idea regarding examinations.
And sir, hope this also is available in your in the PDU portal, right?
Examinations. No. They'll release it near closer to the examination. Timetable. You're asking about the timetables, right?
Sir, what is
No,
the
the
pattern
PPT.
of this examination?
No, I'm asking this
No,
PPT.
no. PPT is my personal PPT, man. Sorry, I thought you were asking about the examination. PPT is my personal PPT.
Okay.
You want this PPT?
Yes.
I think that will be a
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. We
If you want, I'll share it, no problem.
Yes,
Uh,
Thank
can
you, sir.
somebody, I'll do one thing. I'll put my mail ID. I'll give it to any one of you. Share among yourselves. I think you are creating some group and all those stuff. No, share it in that group. No problem. That'll be better. Okay, then I'll see you in the next class. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just a minute, I have to put my mail ID here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any other class?
This is not.
Hello, students. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any further classes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Business law.
Yeah, welcome back once again. Business law, okay?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Let's all mute. Sir is back.
Yeah, just a second. Hello, students. Hello. Students, are you able to hear me? Hello. 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 Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay, fine. So I will continue with business law. Can you see the PPT now?
Yes, sir. Now we can hear you.
Can you see
Yes,
the
sir.
PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we are talking about contract. Till now, is there any doubt? What is contract? What is agreement? What is promise? What is who is promisee? Who is promiser? What is proposal? Is it clear to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now let us see once again. What is a contract? A contract is essentially is an agreement. There has to be an agreement. So all the contracts, there has to be agreement. So all agreements are not contract, but all contract has to be an agreement. So what is an agreement? Agreement is a set of two promise. One, he is proposing something, another he is accepting. One flowing from the offerer and the other from the acceptor. When the offerer, he proposed something, the other party, he accepts it, then it becomes an agreement. A promise is an accepted offer and proposal. What is a promise? It is an accepted offer. The offer was a person is putting an offer to person B and he is accepting, that becomes a promise. An offer or proposal is a promise or performance which is, however, conditional upon a written promise or act or forbearance received exchange for it. There has to be written. Suppose you want to be his bike to someone, so he has to pay A for the bike. So there has to be something in return. So in in conclusion, what is there? First is offer or proposal has to be there, which is to be accepted. That can be called as acceptance. Then promise, which becomes a promise, and promise it becomes which is enforceable by law. Promise which is accepted by both the parties, and there should be consensus ad idem, and it becomes an agreement. When agreement is enforceable by law, becomes a contract. And let us see what are the who are competent to contract. There is a question. The essential element of a valid contract, there has to be, the person has to be competent to contract. Otherwise, it cannot be a valid contract. Who are competent to contract? A person who has not attained the age of majority, who is still minor, he is not competent to contract. So, a minor is not competent to contract. That means a major person can be a competent to contract. A person who is not sound mind, he cannot be a competent person to make a contract. If he is unsounded mind, he cannot be a competent person to contract. That means a person of unsound mind is not capable to contract. A person who is disqualified by court of law also cannot be a competent party to contract. So these are the people who are incompetent to contract. That means a person, if he is minor, is not competent to contract. If he is a lunar or unsound mind, he is not competent to contract. And if he is disqualified by the court of law, is also not competent to contract. Okay. Now, rules relating to agreement with a minor. Agreement is void ab initio. If you are making an agreement with a minor, it will be invalid. It will be void ab initio. Since beginning, it will be void. Minor can be a promisee. Minor can be a promisee. So you are making promise to him, but minor will not be responsible for it. And minor's agreement cannot be ratified. No compensation is payable by a minor. If there is any compensation to be paid, you cannot claim from the minor. The rule of estoppel does not apply to a minor. Rule of estoppel in the sense, what you have promised to do something, you cannot, whatever the statement you have given, promise you have done, you cannot change it. So in case of minor, it will not be accepted. It is not applicable. No recovering back the money paid. If you are paid money to a minor, you cannot recover it back. A minor can be sued in tort. That is, tort is different act. So in case of contract, it will not be applicable. So these are the conditions for the minor. Now, what are the different types of contract? One is called as valid contract. What is a valid contract? It is an agreement which fulfills all the essential of enforceability and can be enforced by either of the parties of the court of law. Can be called as valid contract. Before that, we need to know what are the essential components of a contract. Valid contract. What are the essential components? First of all is there has to be an agreement. Yes? Anything? Students, I request you to please mute your system, please. If any doubt, you can, in between, you can interrupt me and can clarify your doubt. So what are the essential elements of a valid contract? Number one, there has to be an agreement. And number two, intention to create legal relationship. As I says that father promised to pay his son 100 rupee daily for his pocket money. Later on, he could not pay. In that case, son cannot go to the court of law because there was no intention to create legal relationship. If the father has written in a agreement and it has been signed and it has been registered in the court, then in that case there is a intention to create legal relationship. Otherwise, there is no. Free and genuine consent. There has to be free consent. There should not be any pressure or any force or any illegal way to get the consent. So consent should be free. Parties being competent to contract. In contract, both the parties should be competent to contract. Just now I discussed who are incompetent to contract, like minor cannot make a contract, then lunar person or person of unsound mind cannot make a contract, and who is disqualified by court of law, he cannot make a contract. These are the people who are incompetent to contract. But making a contract, the party should be competent. Then
So
lawful
disqualified, which means, sir?
Disqualified person in the sense, suppose the person jailed or something.
Okay.
In that case,
They are questioning in some cases. Okay.
Cases, and they cannot, if the court has made that they cannot make a contract. So in that case, so they cannot be.
Okay. Okay. Sir.
Next is lawful consideration. Consideration should be lawful. Okay, like I told you, the smuggled good, that's an unlawful consideration. In that case, it will not be. So goods should be lawful, consideration should be lawful, like consideration in the sense if you are paying money, black money, or there is no illegal money if you are paying, then in that case, it will not be valid. Next is agreement not declared void or illegal. Suppose some agreement which is declared void or illegal, in that case you cannot make a contract. Certainty of meaning. There has to be certainty of meaning, like a person want to sell his horse, which horse he has not mentioned. So in that case there is no certainty. Or in case of, I gave you example in last class, if a person want to sell a car, he has 3-4 cars, but he has not mentioned which car he wanted to sell. So in that case, it is an uncertainty. There is no clarity. So in that case, it will not be, contract will not be valid contract. Now, possibility of performance. As I told you, if person A promised B, if sun rises from the west, then I will pay you 1 lakh rupee. So in that case, it is impossible to perform. So that also, it will not be a valid contract. Necessity of legal formality. If legal formality is there, like if you want to gift someone or something, if you are there is a written document is necessary, in that case you need to make a legal document. So these are the essential elements of a valid contract. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now let's see the types of contract. Valid, first is valid contract. Valid contract is clear. What are the essential elements to become a valid contract? Sorry. So valid contract is an agreement which fulfills all essential and 4 essential elements of contract, which I did just now discussed.
So sorry. Sorry, sir. I would just want to interrupt.
Yes.
I have been a bit late, or rather quite late to join the class.
Okay.
So, could you kindly give me the information that this is related to business law, right?
Yeah, this is business law. We are talking about laws of
Okay.
contract.
Okay. 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 Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what is a contract? Contract is an agreement which is enforceable by law. Okay. So we have discussed what is an agreement and what is the promise, who has promiser, who has promisee. In later on, I'll share the PPT so you can, or else we'll at the end of the class we'll revise once again quickly. Okay. So now we are discussing about the types of contract. So first one is valid contract. So for valid contract, essential elements are there. As I discussed, there has to be an agreement. There has to be intention of creating a legal relationship. There should be free and genuine consent. Parties should be competent to contract, and there should be lawful consideration. There should be lawful object. Agreement should not be declared void by court of law. There has to be certainty of meaning. There has to be possibility of performance. These are the essential elements of valid contract. So valid contract is an agreement which fulfills all the essential elements and enforceability and can be enforced by either of the parties of the court of law. If any party fails to do, then other party has got the right to go to the court of law. That is called a valid contract. So next is voidable contract. What is voidable contract? An agreement which is enforceable by law at the option of one or more of the other party thereto, but not at the option of the other or others, is a voidable contract. This arises where the consent of one of the parties to the contract is not free. So that means both the parties, there has to be free consent. So if one of the party, his consensus ad idem, that means free consent is not there, then it will be a voidable contract. For example, A at the point of pistol makes B agrees to sell his bicycle for rupees 500. Here B's consent is not free because he is forced to, in fear he has accepted. So this is not free consent. So if one of the parties is missing this kind of consent, both the parties are not consensus ad idem. That means in same consent, same sense, same object, then it will not be a valid contract. It's called a voidable contract. What are the circumstances in which a contract can be voidable contract? First is consent caused by the fraud. If fraudulently you have somebody has given his consent, he doesn't know, by fraud he says something and he has convinced to agreed upon the point. So that is called as fraud. So fraudulently, if consent has been taken, that can be called as voidable contract, not valid contract. The consent caused by coercion, here by force. If you have taken consent, that can be called as voidable contract. In that situation, the contract will be voidable. The consent caused by the misrepresentation, you have misrepresented by some way or other, you have misrepresented the thing and got his consent. Then in that case, there is a consent, but it is misrepresented. In that case, that contract will be called as voidable contract. Consent caused by undue influence. By undue influence also, if you have taken consent, suppose you are the boss of the organization, if you say that if you are not accepting this terms and condition, I will fire you. So in that case, in the fear of losing the job, you might have given your consent. In that case, it is also called a voidable contract. So these are the sometimes question may come. What do you understand by contract? What is voidable contract? What are the circumstances in which a contract will be voidable or declared voidable? So these are the number one, consent caused by the fraud. Number two, consent caused by the coercion. Consent caused by the misrepresentation. Consent caused by the undue influence. It's called as voidable contract. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your screen is not visible.
Sorry.
Your screen is not visible, sir.
Can you share the?
Also, the screen is not visible.
PPT is not visible.
Now
Yes,
it's
sir.
No, not visible.
screen share is cut.
Okay, just a second. One second. No, just a second. One second. Is it visible now? Can you see now?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. We are discussing about types of contract. First is valid contract, then voidable contract. What are the circumstances in which contract can be voidable? These are the 4 circumstances. Next is void contract. First was a valid contract, voidable contract. What is a void contract?
So, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
So, could you kindly pardon the last point, that is consent caused by undue influence? What does that particularly mean?
That's what I gave you the example. Suppose you are the boss of an organization and
Yes, sir.
you are asked your subordinate to give the consent for certain point, and
Oh, yes.
you have influenced him that if you are not giving your consent, then I'll fire you. In the fear of losing the job, he has given his consent. It is undue influence.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Next is void contract. So a contract which ceases to be enforceable by law becomes void. When it ceases to be enforceable. Suppose the contract which is ceased to be enforceable by law, which is no more accepted by court of law, that is called a void contract. So the circumstances in which a valid contract will transform into a void contract, what are the circumstances? Like contingent contract. A contingent contract to do or not to do something on the happening of an uncertain feature. Even event becomes void, where the event becomes impossible. For example, what is the contingent contract like on happening? Suppose you are doing insurance. So what is the condition of insurance? It's a kind of contingent contract. If you met an accident, then only insurance company will pay you compensation. Otherwise, if it is not happening, then you will not be being paid. So a contingent contract to do or not to do something. In that case, valid contract also can be a voidable contract. Similarly, repudiation or voidable contract. When a voidable contract is resigned by the party at whose option it is voidable, the contract becomes void. Now both the parties are there. Due to some conditions, it becomes a void. And now both the parties, they resigned it. Both the parties have come to the condition which is a valid condition, and both the parties accepted, then becomes a voidable contract can be a void contract can be valid. Subsequent impossibility. A contract which becomes impossible to perform after it's made becomes void. So when the contract period is over.
Sir, excuse me.
Yeah.
So can you once more explain that second point?
When a voidable contract is rescinded by the party at whose option is voidable, the contract becomes void.
Sir, what is the difference between voidable contract and void contract?
Void contract in the voidable contract, it can be a valid contract, but void contract cannot be a valid contract later on. The later stage, it cannot be. It's a void. It's a contract is not acceptable. But valid contract, now voidable contract, if one party has given consent, other party his free consent is not there. Later on, he has given his free consent, and it can be a valid contract. But in case of void contract, it cannot be a valid contract.
Sir, example.
For example, suppose you have promise to sell a car to your friend with the cost of 1 lakh rupee, particular car. Okay. So initially, she was not ready to accept the condition for somehow he has said, okay, we'll see. And in that case, it is not clearly given consent by the other party. And you have made a contract. And later on, if he is giving his willingness, yes, I am ready to, he is giving his clear consent that yes, I am ready to pay 1 lakh rupee. In that case, it will be a valid contract. Otherwise, it's a voidable contract because he has not given his complete assurance for buying a car. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And void contract is something that's not valid right from the beginning because both parties are not agreeable to it. Is it so?
Yes.
Some conditions, terms of conditions, essential parts of contract is missing. If any part is missing, the elements is missing, then it will be a void contract.
Okay, sir.
Then subsequent impossibility, which is not possible afterwards. In that case, it will be a contract will be void contract. Subsequent illegality, for example, subsequently illegal. It was by the time of contract, it was legal, but later on, suppose, for example, in particular state, liquor sale is banned or liquor consumption is banned. By that time, earlier it was not there. Now suddenly they have stopped. Before that, you have made a contract. It will be a valid contract, but the moment it is ceased to be a valid contract, seized by the law, then it will be void contract. Could you get me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
While making contract, it was valid, but subsequently, by court of law or the state government has declared which is invalid, so it becomes a void contract.
Sir, so in a voidable contract, will the terms be previously mentioned that it can be mendable later?
Sorry?
In a voidable contract, because this is not something that is mentioned in the beginning itself, that changes can happen. Will it be mentioned that changes can happen in this agreement later, or
No. That cannot be. That cannot be mentioned. That means it is a void contract only. If the terms and condition is missing, then it is not a valid contract. So due to some reason, it becomes a void or invalid. So that is avoidable. Later on, that has been accepted by both the parties. That can be a valid contract. Void contract can be valid, but void contract cannot be a valid contract because some essential elements are missing in void contract. Is it clear? Because void contract, what we discussed, the essential elements of contract, there has to be an agreement, there has to be intention, a legal relationship, there has to be free consent, there has to be parties should be competent, and lawful consideration, lawful object. If anything is any component is missing, then it is a void contract. So that cannot make a valid contract. Okay.
Understood.
Next is illegal agreement. An illegal agreement is one which is forbidden by law. It entered into with the intention of violating the law. That means since ab initio the contract is illegal, the agreement itself is illegal. Then how can be? For example, A agrees to steal furniture for B for a consideration rupees 1 lakh rupee. It is illegal and therefore it is void. It also attract the penal provision for the law it is violating. That is different issue. But the agreement, if you are making for an illegal purpose, that is called an illegal agreement, which is not a valid contract. Similarly, unlawful agreement. What is unlawful agreement? An agreement may be unlawful because it is immoral. That is contrary to the sound and positive morality, which is recognized by law. So it will be called as illegal. For example, bribing a public servant is illegal. It is contrary to the provision of law. So these are the small things. Illegal. What is illegal agreement? Unlawful agreement. Then next is Unenforceable contract. What is a unenforceable contract? Contract which have all the essentials of enforceability but cannot be enforced due to certain technicalities like insufficiency of stamp, etc. termed as unenforceable contract because it could not be enforceable due to some missing. So this is the contract. It's called as, it's a type of voidable contract. If the stamp is missing, if you are putting the stamp, it can't be a valid contract. So it is unenforceable. The contract is valid, but it is unenforceable because some of the technicality is missing. Like stamp duty, you have to pay. That has not been, lesser amount of duty has been paid. If you are paying the sufficient amount or demanded amount, then it will become a valid contract. So, which is called as unenforceable contract that cannot be enforced until unless the missing element is fulfilled. Next is express contract. What is express contract? It is one where the intention of parties is stated in words, either written or spoken. So you have expressed your willingness by words, either written or spoken. For example, A goes to B's shop and asks him to supply 10 boxes at the rate of 20 per box. B tells him that he is ready to supply the boxes at the mentioned rate. This is an express contract because he is expressed is the rate. The same intention of the parties may be expressed in willing and signed by both the parties. If both the parties they are expressing the same consent or for same element, same amount, then it will be this is called as express. This is not types of contract. It is express contract, which is expressed by word or spoken. Similarly, implied contract. The evidence of an implied contract is to be deduced from the acts or conduct of the parties. No exchange of words, either written or spoken, takes place, but the manifestation of their intention is inferred from their respective acts or conduct. For example, I gave you the example of traveling in bus. There is no spoken word, nothing is there. You just entered into the bus, you have paid the money, he has given you to the ticket, you have traveled to the destination. That means it is a implied contract. By act itself, it understood that you both the parties have accepted to the agreement, and it's a kind of contract. It's called as implied contract. Is it clear?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, whether a verbal express contract is legally enforceable?
Yes, of course. Verbal laws are accepted. Only terms and condition is that you have to prove it, that you have promised or so and so has promised. If there is a witness, you can make it.
So, if for a verbal express contract, if I have to prove it, then it must be in the written form.
Not necessary.
Okay. So then, if either of the party refuses to whatever I'm telling, so then that particular contract is invalid, right?
I didn't get you. Once again.
If the I am going for a contract by the express contract, that is a word of mouth. So
Yes.
when if I have to prove it, and on the other hand, if the other party to whom I'm telling that okay, when we were talking with each other, we had promised that we would be providing that particular item at a certain rate.
Yes.
Then the other party who is going to provide me, he is telling no, this was not the talk. It was something else. So then that particular contract is actually null and void, right?
No, how can it be
It becomes null.
No, you have given a consent. You have suppose you have dealt with your friend. You have asked your friend to give his bike for 50,000 rupees, and he has accepted. Okay. Later on, when you pay 50,000 rupees and he is not ready to give his bike, that means he has agreed upon but he is not keeping his promise. In that case, the contract is valid contract. You can, if you have the proof that he has promised to say accepted this one, you have to burden of proof is lied with you. You have to prove to the court of law that this person he has promised to pay me, but he has failed to do so. You can go to the court of law. But wherever legally it says that legal document is necessary, suppose father-in-law donate to his son some property or something, gift, something he wanted to give. In that case, there has to be legal provision there. Written document has to be signed and it is to be registered in the court. So in that case, it is compulsorily legal document has to be there. Otherwise, some of the cases, so like this, your friend has promised to, in that case, if he's breaking his promise also, you can penalize him.
Okay.
It is not necessary that there has to be written document. But wherever the rule says that there has to be written document, it has to be. Like transfer of property. So in that case, document has to be transferred and registered document has to be there. Government stamp duty has to be paid. It is signed to the register of the land. Everything has to be, formal document has to be. And so in that case, overall, it will not work out.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Next is, one is quasi-contract. These are those obligations which are imposed by the contractor and not to arise from a consensus between the parties. Here, it is not between the consensus parties, but sometimes, like example, a tradesman leaves a goods at B's house. So a businessman, he has leave his good at B's house by mistake. B treats the goods as his own. B is bound to pay A for them. The obligation is imposed by the law. For example, a person, he has left his goods at B's house and by mistake he has left it, and B has taken care. For the, if he doesn't take care, then it will be wasted. So for example, some vegetable basket is there. He has kept in refrigerator and he spent some money or some cold storage and he has paid for some money for that one. So in that case, B is liable to get the compensation from A. A cannot say that I will not pay you. So this is a kind of contract which other person, they cannot take the advantage of it. So for that, this kind of contract is, even though it is not a pure contract, but somebody should not take advantage of others. This kind of contract is imposed. Clear? No.
No, sir. The thing is that the example and the whatever you were telling, those are a bit mismatched.
Okay.
I'm not getting that particular thing.
No.
The example that has been given or in the PPT as well as in the book, I'm not getting it.
Okay.
So could you kindly explain it?
Okay. Like a tradesman leaves goods B's house by mistake. Okay.
Yeah.
He treats the goods as his own.
Okay.
B treats the good his own. B is bound to A is bound to pay B. Here there is a small mistake. A is
bound to pay
for them. Okay. Now is it clear?
Yeah. Now
I'll
it's
give you
okay.
one more example. Suppose you have left your bike with neighbor's house by mistake, and you have gone somewhere else. Long time you have not. He has not seen you, and he thought that if he is not taking care of the bike, then it will be waste. So what he has done, he has spent money for the maintenance of the bike. Later on, you found that your bike is left there, and your neighbor has found you that your bike is at my house, but I have spent some money for the maintenance. You have to pay for that. You cannot say that no, I will not pay. You have to pay the maintenance charge because he treated as if it would have been his own bike, he would have taken care. Similar way, your bike also he has taken care. So you are compelled to pay to him for the maintenance. You cannot say that I didn't ask you to maintain my bike. So he thought that if he is not taking care, then it will go waste. So that is the reason. So somebody should not take advantage of it. For that, quasi contract is implemented. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Next is execute a contract. Even though it is not a type of contract, but we are discussing what are the different way of contract or different components of contract, how it is being done. Next is an executed contract. It is one where both the parties to a contract have discharged their respective responsibility. Name itself, you can see that executed. Both the parties, they have discharged their performance, discharged their duty. So that is called as executed contract. Contract has been already executed. So next is executory contract, which is where one or both the parties are yet to perform their respective promise. This is called the executory contract. Is it clear? Executory contract, because it has to be executed either by one party or both the parties. Agreement has been done, but or promise has been made, agreement has been done, but both the parties, they have not, or any of the parties, performance is yet to be done. That is called as executory contract. Unilateral contract. What is unilateral contract? It is one where the time when the contract is made, one party has already performed his obligation and the part of the other party only is outstanding. Yes, one of the parties obligation is outstanding. This is called a unilateral. For example, A goes to a bus stand ticket counter and buys a ticket for journey. He has bought a ticket and he has performed his duty under the contract to pay the scheduled fare. He has paid his scheduled fare. He has bought the ticket, but the bus authority yet to perform his promise. That means, but bus yet to start and to take him to his destination. The one part of the one party of the contract, he has performed his duty, but other party yet to perform. This is called unilateral contract. And next is bilateral contract.
Sir, in the unilateral contract, can we give as like agreement is only made by only one party and the other party is only, accepting the agreement?
In that case, like in case of bus and other type of case, a contract document agreement, both agreement has been accepted by both the parties. It becomes a contract already accepted both the parties. But one party has performed his duty, other party yet to perform.
Okay.
It is not agreement stage, it's a contract stage.
Okay.
Contract is part of the, see, once you have displayed in the bus stand that bus fare is this much, it will be timing is this month, this bus will be traveling to this place. So that means you have given the proposal. The bus authority, they have given the proposal. By reading that one, you have accepted it. That's why you have purchased the ticket. You bought the ticket. You have fulfilled your obligation. But bus authority yet to perform their obligation.
Here is the ticket is the contract, sir.
Yeah, it's a part of contract.
Yes, okay.
It is, as I told you earlier, that implied contract. It is implied that you are made into the contract. It is not like express contract or something like that by expressing or written document you have given. You have bought the ticket means it implies that you wanted to travel by this bus. That is why you have taken the bus. Your itself, it says that you have accepted a contract. Once you enter the bus, that means it has to, you will be going to your destination. It's called as implied contract. Even though there is no verbal communication between both the parties. You have just paid the, even online also you can take, there is no conversation. Online you have bought the ticket, booked the ticket, and you have come to the point, you have to travel. That means you have performed your duty. The other party yet to perform. That is called unilateral contract. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, bilateral contract. Bilateral contract, as against the unilateral contract, bilateral contract is one where at the time of entering into the contract, both the parties to the contract had to perform their respective promises. In this case, neither you have bought the ticket, neither a bus has gone to the destination. Sir, you are waiting. You have gone through the document. You have read the advertisement. You have got the bus tariff, everything, but both the parties had to perform their duties. So that is called a bilateral contract. Now let us see how the contracts are discharged. Modes of discharge contract. A contract is discharged when the rights and obligations created by between the parties come to an end. Whatever you have promised for the parties and accepted, and it is performed by both the people. That means contract is discharged. It's the terms of when someone contract is made for a 1 year contract period, and one year is over, that means it is discharged. Time period is over means it is discharged. Similarly, whatever the terms and conditions, as per that, both the parties have performed, and it will be over means contract is discharged. Discharge or termination of contract means termination of the contractual relation between the parties to on the contract. That means it is terminated. Once the time period is over or it is being performed, then there is no further contract. Contract is over. Contractual obligation for both the parties is also ceased. Contracts may be discharged or terminated by any one of the following. What are the ways? By performance. When it is performed by both the parties. There is some disturbance. Somebody's some noise is there. It says Kartika, please mute your system. Okay. First condition is how it will be discharged by performance. If both the parties they have performed the duty, that means contract is discharged.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. I would like to interrupt. So this I'm not getting this in the book. So in which part is this one?
Don't worry about the book. Later on, you can go through how the contract. Okay. Once contract is made, how it will be. How do you know that how it is contract over? Whether it is still going on or contract is completed. So that means when it ceases to be contract. Suppose, for example, you have entered into a job. Your company has given 5 years contract to you, and once 5 years term is over, the contract automatically it is discharged. After that, there is no legal obligation for both the parties, neither your employer nor you, because 5 year time period is over. That means contract is discharged. That type of contract is called a discharge contract. Or you have promised to give bike to your friend. Once he pays 1 lakh rupee to you, he has paid, and you have handed over bike to your friend. That means contract is over. Contract is discharged. So how it will be discharged? By performance. When both the parties they have performed their duty, means contract is discharged. By consent of agreement, both the parties, if they give their consent, okay, we are ending the contract right now here. Both the parties they give their agreement and accepted by both the parties. That means contract is discharged. Okay. Next is contract by impossibility. If there is no further possibility of continuing the contract, for example, some contract has been made and due to some calamity, everything has gone. So in that case, there is no possibility to
Sir, how much
regain
time
it.
it will take to complete this class?
Sorry?
How much time it will take to complete this class?
By 2 o'clock, we will be finishing.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
What happened? What's the reason?
No, sir. I want to know the timings.
1 to 2. And now the 2
So
o'clock.
I'm going to second shift duty, so I want to know.
Okay, no problem. 2 o'clock it will be.
Phone charge illa sir.
Thank you, thank you.
No problem. If you have some difficulties, you can leave the class. Don't worry for that. Okay. Hardly 5 minutes is left over. You can leave. Anyone who wanted to leave the class, you can go. Okay.
So do we have attendance, sir?
Yeah, we'll take the attendance. Don't worry. It has been already recorded.
Okay, sir.
Okay. If you want to go for duty, you can move. So I'll hardly for 5 minutes I will take and I'll close the class. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So these are the various modes of discharging contract. By performance, if both the parties have performed their duties, by consent, both the parties, they have given their consent that we are ending the contract here. In that case also it is possible. By impossibly, further there is no chance, impossibility is there, because due to natural calamity or something, it has been completely, it has been collapsed, or in that case there is no further possibility to carry out the process. So you can say the contract is discharged by lapse of time. Once a time period is left, for example, I gave you the example, 5 years time period you made the contract. If time period 5 years is over, then contract is discharged. Further, there is no obligation. So by operation of law, if court of law makes the rules that from here the contract will be over, in that case also it is possible by breach of contract. If one of the party, he fails to perform the duty or perform his performance, in that case it is discharged, and other party can take the legal action against him who has breached the contract. Next is material alteration. If there is a changes in the documents, or you have, for example, a 1 year contract is here, you have altered it to 5 years. In that case, it will be the contract will be discharged. You can make a fresh contract again, fresh agreement. You can make a fresh contract, but that contract will be discharged. Previous contract, if there is any alteration. So alteration will not be allowed in the present contract. So these are the various modes of discharge of contract. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we would get the PDF format of this particular PPT.
PDF format, you can take the PPT, you can convert it to PDF. What is there?
Okay, so where shall I get this PPT? So
At the end of the class, I will share you with you.
okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, in website or email also.
Okay, we'll see to that. Website is because lots of PPTs are there. It is very difficult to upload all the PPTs. PPTs is only for teaching purpose. We are making use of points only. So it is your duty to go through the study material and other material to clarify your further doubts or broaden your knowledge. Okay.
Sir, apart from the study material, do we have to take any reference document? And if yes, which one will you suggest?
No. What study material we have given based on the syllabus only. So that will be sufficient. Further, if you want to have further knowledge, you can refer many of the standard textbooks are there. You can refer any business law textbook. So otherwise, the material what we have given, it is based on the syllabus and sufficient it has been given.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So today I will stop it here. If any doubt or anybody wants any clarification, you can ask me.
Okay, sir.
Sir, we don't receive books yet, sir.
You have not received books yet.
We haven't
Sir,
yet.
this is different from the book syllabus, different, totally different. So, can you suggest us how to handle this subject?
No. What is the difference? I am also teaching as per the syllabus.
If we will go through the books only, it will work.
Yes. Also it is there. Little bit different. I may be PPT maybe because exactly same I don't want to discuss. Like
okay, sir.
The syllabus we are getting. Book also you will law, contract, agreement, offer, acceptance, consideration, capacity of contract, contingent contract, quasi contract, performance, discharge, remedies of breach. All this I have discussed, and all this also in your study material it is available.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So today we have discussed unit 1, and there are remedies also. Remedies of breach of contract. If you fail to perform, one of the party fails to do, then what are the remedies? So parties to the lawful contract are bound to perform their respective obligation. Both the parties, they are bound to do their obligation. When one of the parties repudiates the contract by refusing to perform its obligation, he is said to have committed breach of contract. If any parties does not perform what he had promised, then it can be called as breach of contract. In that case, you can take the shelter of the court of law. You can go to the court of law for taking action. In case of the breach, the aggrieved party is relieved from the performing its obligation. Once again, some disturbance. Yeah, what is breach of contract? If one of the parties he fails to do his performance or his obligation, then other party has right to go to the court of law. He can, in case of the breach, aggrieved party is relieved from the performing his obligation. That means the aggrieved party further he need not to perform his performance again, because one party has in already he is breached the he has not performed his duty as per his agreement. So this is called a breach of contract. So one party once he has committed breach, then other party it understood that his performance is over. He need not to do further again, and only he can get his compensation. To get his relief, he can go to the court of law. In case of breach of contract, the law provides remedies. There is a remedy to the injured party. What are the remedies? Cancellation of rescission. They can cancel restitution, specific performance, injection, damages, quantum of merit. All these points we'll discuss in the next class. So I hope it is clear to all of you the basic concept of contract, agreement, promise. If any doubt, you can ask me.
Okay, sir.
Sir, you have not yet discussed quasi contract, right, sir?
Yes, we have discussed quasi contract.
Could you explain that once again, sir?
Quasi contract, I gave you example. So it's a kind of contract where somebody should not take the advantage of it. For example, I gave you the example. If you have left your bike, scooter in your friend's house, and you have left somewhere else for a month or year, your friend could not find you, but he has taken care of the your bike, and he has paid the hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. He has invested some money for the maintenance of the bike, and he has got all the right to get the compensation from you. You cannot say that I didn't ask you to take care of my bike. Why you have taken care? So it is not like that. That is called a quasi contract. It's not a pure contract, but somebody should not take advantage of others. In that case, this kind of contract is implemented by law. It is implemented. This is called quasi contract. Okay. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Another is the contingent contract on the happening of things. Example, I gave you the insurance. If your house is burned, in that case only, if it is burnt, then only they will pay you the compensation. Otherwise, they will not. So on happening of things.
Sir, I wanted to ask something about insurance only if you're talking about it. You said that in modes of discharge, there is a point called impossibility also, right? And
Yes.
there are some limitations to how much insurance company can pay you back as a company as well.
Yes.
So if that is not there as well, then the company will have to come.
No, I just gave you the example of this contingent contract. Example is insurance, but there is a law of insurance. It covers under the insurance law. So there's a separate rules and regulations.
Okay, so that's a separate topic, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sorry.
Law of insurance is there. So while discussing the law of insurance, we can discuss all the things.
Okay,
But
sir, sorry.
just for the example on happening of things, like what the insurance company says. If you met with accident, in that case only they will be paying the compensation. Otherwise, they will not. Isn't it?
Right.
So that's kind of contract is called as contingent contract.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. So tomorrow we'll see you once again. So we'll
Thank you, sir.
Unit 2, and that is very important. That is, I think, what is that? Unit 2. Unit 2 is also very small law, definitely partnership and sales support act. Then we'll continue with the negotiable instrument act. Unit 3. Then unit 4 is very important. It will take long time. Company act. Company law. And the 5th unit is consisting of your factory act, then minimum wages act, compensation act, all these things discussing in 5th unit. Okay.
Okay, sir. Can you
Yes,
just
sir.
share
Thank you so
PPT,
much, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, see you tomorrow once again.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
sir.
Sir, what
Thank you, sir.
what
sir.
time
Thank you.
does the class starts tomorrow?
Tomorrow,
Nine.
I think.
9 o'clock, sir. 9 o'clock.
No,
Thank
9
you,
o'clock.
sir.
Sir,
Thank you.
9 o'clock. My class will be 11 o'clock. I think.
So can you just share the PPT, sir?
At the end of the class, not now.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you tomorrow.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Tomorrow again 9 to 2 classes are there. Okay.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
my class will be 11 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, will you provide me one information regarding our first semester exam?
Exam will be June
Thank you, sir.
first week of June. Okay.
Please, sir.
First week June, sir.
Sorry.
First week of June, yes, sir. Correct, sir.
Yeah, tentative first week of June.
First week of June?
Yes.
Yes.
Sir, which will be the center for exams, sir?
Where are you from?
I'm from Tirchi.
Trichy, we have center.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
You have a center
Sir,
in
I am
Tirchi
from.
itself. Okay,
Do
sir.
we have center at Calicut, sir?
Calicut.
Yeah, Calicut also there.
Mahe center is there.
Cochin and Trivandrum.
Trivandrum.
Sir, what about Maharashtra?
Sir, Jay,
Sir,
can
what
give this
about
information,
Delhi?
sir?
Sir, June exam date is confirmed, sir.
Sorry. Say once again.
Sir, what about Delhi? New Delhi.
Yeah, New Delhi center is
Confirmed,
there.
sir.
You can see the website in that address also mentioned.
So what about
Okay.
Kannur? Is there any center?
So what about Chennai?
Mahe center. Mahe center you can write.
Sorry?
Mahe. Mahe center.
Mahe
Mahe, or you can go to
When the ID card will be issued?
Cochin.
Sir, what about Mumbai?
Mumbai also center is there.
Okay, thank you,
Sir,
sir.
what about ID card, sir?
What about?
ID card.
You have not received that?
No, not yet. No, we just maybe next week we will start that, sir. One by one we will discuss.
Yeah, we will be receiving soon.
We will receive in mail, sir. Or we have to. No. Through post. Through post only.
By India
So,
portal.
and also we cannot enroll in the student portal.
No, not no. Student portal not yet created, madam. You please wait. We will inform through SMS.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now wait.
So where to SMS you?
Yes, sir. Which one?
So where to message you if in case I not received my ID cards or like prospectus or anything, I cannot log in the portal?
No, sir. It is not possible, sir, because the ID card and prospectus will dispatch through postal only.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Sir,
Thank
Islam,
you.
sir, we will conclude, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Shiva.
Yes,
Sir,
sir.
where will we
If we get any material, study material other than this book, any key important notes or something, any referrals?
Reference is given at the study material at the end. You can see that. Otherwise, syllabus also it has been given. Otherwise, this study material based on the syllabus and it is sufficient. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I am also
Sir,
not
what
received
about
the
a
ID card.
recording, sir?
You will be receiving soon. They are dispatching one by one. I think very soon.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, about the recording of the session.
What is that?
Recording, sir.
Any other record works?
Sir, Sam was asking something that
A record practical something, sir.
You have attended class. Why you worry for recording?
Class in
Sir, can
person
we
attend this or is only going through online classes only?
Where are you from?